Perfect. 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 Yeah, see, we're fancy now. Now we've got a little bit of transition. Now we got a little bit of music. Now we got a little bit of Bears winning. We've got all the makings of a really, really good stream this week. And the only problem is that I didn't get a doggone bit of Bears defensive all 22 actually sent to me. I had to go mining to get some Bears offensive all 22 before like 4 p.m. and speed watch the game. So we are going to do it live to some degree. I've got all my notes on the offense, which I tend to think is what a lot of us care about, but I got to be honest with you guys. The Bears defense this week in particular looked absolutely fabulous. This was super fun. I was excited to get to be a part of it. I guess just watching the game. We, like you're saying, Derek, we're gonna, to some degree, we're gonna learn defense, but we're gonna just watch the defense together. Adamole, you asked, when's the last time there was a fun game to break down? It was a little while. John, it's interesting. Okay, so has everybody seen, talking about the Mac Jones thing, one thing we'll get to debunk. Have you seen the clip going around of Mac Jones potentially hitting the Skycam wire with his interception? I don't know whether it actually happened. What I do know is I made a cup of coffee for this one so that, you know what? I may not sleep tonight. Not literally, I hope, but I will be on some late baby duty. But I shouldn't yawn this stream. So cheers to that. But a fever dream, like somebody mentioned. I thought that was a great way to describe it. It was an awesome game, just top to bottom, with the way that the Bears actually played it out. I thought, like you're saying, Lushy Loon, it was a roller coaster. I do think that while it was a very good game from Justin Fields, I do think that the main culprit that we need to just give flowers to is Luke Getsy, because more so than Fields rescuing a poor game plan, this felt to me like Luke Getsy showing that Fields is a weapon well worth using. And I just want to make sure that he gets his credit, because there will come days, we all hope, that Justin Fields is the dude, right? And he looked very good in this game. Don't hear that as me trying to take anything away from Justin Fields, but Justin Fields giveth and Justin Fields taketh away within this game. But the game plan worked to perfection. I mean, to use a very specific example, right? All the quarterback running that, of course, we're going to cover. We're going to go through the goods. We're going to go through the bads. We're going to go through the medium. So many things about this game helped make sure that Fields could be at his best, set the rest of the team up for success. And like Joe said, there are questions about whether you get a Lamar or an RG3 or a Cam Newton like as soon as you start running the quarterback all the time. I will tell you, John, I think that there's some good things going on within this game plan that will set you at ease a bit. The question is it a 1 week gimmick, or is it something that other teams could shut down? Or like, is it a 1 week gimmick that other teams could shut down, or is it something that you can build off of? Because like Censored is saying, I mean, honestly, let me be clear. Just the fact that I'm not sitting here saying, oh my goodness, what an incredible game from Justin Fields, doesn't mean Justin Fields didn't get 2 check marks from me, so to speak. Like, this is a very, very good game. I would argue he was a better passer in Minnesota, specifically in that second half. But also, I mean, let's talk about one of the most complicated parts of this game. Do you see this tape? I mean, it was rainy. That's 6 out of 7. 6 out of 7 games this year have had inclement weather of some variety. And I mean, for crying out loud, Fields has gone on record as saying he doesn't like the rain. We pointed out in literally the first breakdown of the season this year that Fields struggles within the rain. And it's, I don't know, it's going to be like, I'm curious to see what happens as Fields move forward. Josh, by weird vibe, do you mean not good or like different? Okay, I got you. Hey, let's turn it off. Honestly, that's part of why I wanted to just trot it out, see if it worked. Because see, it's easy for me to just go There, it's gone. Because if it's like I hear what you're saying, where it's like it can create some paciness and it just feels wrong. But we'll take stock of it. If nothing else, I'm always down to try it. And hey, if you're enjoying the stream, like you're seeing, I guess should point this way, like you're seeing. Look, I know it's a hefty goal, but with my child, it takes a little bit to make sure that I can make time for it, but I am down to do preview streams whenever. And honestly, if we get close enough, like we could do pay for time kind of thing. Just I don't know, not trying to make it super weird. The point is that like if we want to do a preview stream, we can do a preview stream, just to see like are there things that we can exploit within the Cowboys defense. But for now, we've talked enough. We've done enough prelude. This was a great this was a great kind of thing. Anyways, we can talk scheme, or like we can talk about structure, because like you're saying, I mean, I went off of one opinion, but I want to hear what you guys think actually does and actually doesn't work, so that we can build the best stream possible. I mean, like you guys saw, adding little things like the RPO opener to the literal start of the stream, adding music this year with the stream timer that's a little bit longer. Like the whole point is to create a nice vibey Chicago Bears stream. And so what works, what doesn't work, you guys let me know, and we will go from there. Let me take a sip from coffee and then and then we'll get started. All righty. Okay, so Bears started off surprisingly hot. I don't know if you guys felt it, but it was fun watching the Bears just get up and get down the field pretty much immediately. Like, they're going to start off with just a very, very basic let's see, when it comes to, if there's one thing, AC, that I will say about Dilfer is, like, I think personally that Dilfer is a weird one. Am I going to the game this week? Colin, I thought about it. The prices are so expensive that I just don't think I can spare it right now. But so Bears start off with a basic run. They get like 5 yards. Scott, I want to. But yeah, let's see, pre-stream, bit loud for the headphones. I hear you, tumultuous. But so I want to point out Braxton Jones on this one. Look, we can't cover every play in absolutely gratuitous detail as much as I would love to. It takes a while, but this is just a basic zone run. You will see the Bears use a lot of different zones, or a lot of different schemes within this play. Let me see here. But like you'll see a whole lot of schemes within this. This is just inside zone. Braxton gets the edge set really hard on him, so not a great start, but I'll give it to 70. What a nice finish as he takes his man and pancakes him after Montgomery already turned up field. I understand, but a nice play from him. Like you're saying, Censored, I do want to point out that Tevin Jenkins had himself a great day. I thought he looked dramatically better than the guys across from him. Right there, he gets a nice piece of that inside linebacker, and they keep going from there. If you like Tevin Jenkins, this is going to be a great stream for you. So 2nd and 6, right? Like you can see. Nothing complicated. They're gonna go with another zone run. How good did Schofield play? Very all right, and no better than that. You're gonna see a little bit of this. So the Bears, from a formation perspective, they did a lot of the I formation. They did a lot of using Kari blazing game. Not too much, like not a gratuitous amount, but it does sometimes feel like when they line up in the I, other teams kind of see it coming. Right now, that's fine. That's part of the point. Is we're gonna show it to you. Can you stop us? But when you've got Michael Schofield playing at left guard, I thought Schofield was okay overall, but this is not a great play for him, as you'll see him just get ripped down right here, just ripped and stuffed. As much as I understand, John, like I hear you, Schofield being an okay upgrade over Patrick at left guard. I want to. Wrong play to talk about it. But so 3rd and 4, and this is really what we're gonna see, right? We see a lot of, whether it's Fields or whether it's scheme, 3rd down. So we've got 4 yards line to gain right here. And Justin Fields plus Luke Getsy are going to convert. And they did that 11 times in this game. It was really wonderful to see. So here's what we're looking at. Fields uses pre-snap motion. And what did you see? You saw that corner move from here to right here. So you get what looks like man coverage, which is great because if it's man coverage, Fields knows that on this pick a side read to pick this side right here. On this side of the ball, he's got a pick play like that is going to set up for Darnell Mooney coming right outside. One thing that JT O'Sullivan salivated over within this Bears offense that I can't help but mention because it warrants agreeing is that the Bears changed the launch point consistently. Right? One thing that you will notice on this play, for instance, would it have worked if the Bears had to allow Matthew Judon and a Patriots defensive line, which you'll notice they're lining up 5 down right now with 2 extra potential threats. So would you want the Bears to just drop back and sit in standard 5 to 6 man protection? You can, but it's much easier. Watch the way this works. They're not literally run blocking. Like this is almost like an outside zone pass protection, but it works like run action, play action. There's no handoff. So it's not like they actually bluff anybody. They know it's a pass, but look at how much cleaner it makes the pocket. As soon as you do this run action, play action style blocking, the ball has to come out at a specific time, right? Because you can't hang on to it forever when you're doing these kinds of mobile pockets. But as far as jimmying loose one throw, which as you can see, the pick totally worked. Good job, Equanimeous St. Brown. It's easy. You can barely even say Fields did anything well. He just ran the play. Like, kudos to Luke Getsy. This is as free as it gets. Now, one thing I want to say before we even... Now, I'll say it in 2 plays because it's a little more obvious there. All right, so we talked... You know what? We'll get there. Good job by everybody. Great initial pickup. Nice little play by everybody involved. Good job, Mooney. Great job, Equanimeous St. Brown. But that's like a really good play call. You love it when the play call makes everything look easy. So then the Bears feint the run. They get another super easy looking completion as Equanimeous St. Brown picks up 10. Now, what happened, right? One thing I love about this play is that so normal bootlegs, right? When the Bears have run their standard bootlegs, they have had Cole Kmet in the flat. You get Equanimeous St. Brown on the deep over. You generally get a deep out or a deep corner, right? So you get a nice little triple layer, like 1, 2, and then usually this is an alert. It's rarely actually red at that point. And if you want a third option, you'll pull Wesco across the formation, and you'll have him sit down right here in the sneak flat as a 3-4. So that's normal, right? We can all see this diagram. What the Bears decided was that one was unhelpful, that instead they were going to have one stay back to block. They were going to protect these naked bootlegs so that Fields could basically reestablish like a tiny one-man pocket over on the other side of the ball. And I actually think it works really well. I mean, in my personal opinion, I think naked bootlegs are getting shut down all over the NFL. And when we watch Equanimeous St. Brown here, his over assignment is this linebacker, and this linebacker totally bites the fake. I mean, kudos to a Bears running game that has clearly got opponents leaning in on it because they catch multiple steps right there of linebacker motion, and as soon as you get to here with Equanimeous already moving this way and the linebacker trying to catch himself and move back the other direction, there's just no question he's open. So then within this, you've got Mooney on his deep out, you've got Equanimeous on his deep over, but I also want to point out this tight end on a backside seam route, which just holds this safety long enough, this one right here, to make sure that he doesn't get any bright ideas and attack downhill, because without somebody in that space, he easily could, right? Fields makes, again, very easy throw, but from a schematic perspective, I think he's set up much better to succeed within this. It's not Fields made a crazy good play, right? It's Fields got a very easy play, like 2 very easy plays to start the game, and we can love that all the same. That's great. So this play is a great evidence within the chronology of this game of another sub-story that I don't think quite enough people are talking about, because this is the one, it's a really bad throw. So what happens here? Well, first off, it's an RPO, right? We see Matthew Judon bite down. And Slim Jim, maybe their defense is very bad, but their defense has been their defense didn't play well against the Bears, but if it makes you feel better, Slim Jim, the Patriots have been one of the best defenses in the NFL this year. They shut the Lions out, though the Lions certainly assisted themselves there. They absolutely blasted the Browns, and that's just over the last 2 weeks. Their defense has been spicy, and it has performed better against competition than any other defense in football. So, it's the right people to do this against. So, this is an RPO. Fields is clearly reading Matthew Judon, number 9. When you see Judon step forward and surf the edge, but especially attack right there, Fields sees it. He's going to get the ball out. What's the problem? Well, you see all this stuff? Like, just look at the camera. It's wet. And Fields, like we said earlier at the start of the season, doesn't quite have 10-inch hands. I believe they're like 9.5 or just a smidgen smaller than that. I don't think Fields grips the football well when it's wet. Now, normally you plan to play football when it's dry, but in these kinds of conditions, I see Fields consistently fan on short throws. And somebody might say, okay, come on, Robert, we're really going to break this excuse out? And I'm going to say, yes. The Bears have been in wet games 6 out of 7 games this year. That is hilarious, if unheard of. It's not normal to be dealing with this kind of wet condition necessarily, and Fields does fine enough. Certainly that's part of why they're able to use their legs like they are, but when throws are coming out this badly, we don't get a great angle of it on this tape, unfortunately, but you got a better angle of it on the broadcast. It just dies coming out of his hand. It wobbles really hard. It's a poor ball, and I think there's a very decent chance that a lot of that comes down to grip, because when Fields had time to set his grip, he was able to play quite well. And yes, John, our only dry game was the Vikings game, which coincidentally Fields also played his best football in. Jarrell, of course, he doesn't look comfortable throwing those passes. He's been playing with a wet football almost literally every single game this season. 6 out of 7. So I think there's a lot of things that we look at, or that we could look at and say, okay, as you head into Dallas, which if it's not a dome stadium, it'll be because it's a nice day outside. I'm curious as to whether short passes look a little bit easier for Fields because he's able to rip the ball without necessarily needing to touch the laces. A lot of NFL football players, would you believe it, actually will take the snap and they'll throw the ball holding it just like this. Now, I'm not a quarterback. My hands are tiny, so I'm not a great example. But while we might, every time you touch the football, put your hands on the laces to make sure you can control it as well as possible, NFL quarterbacks in many cases take the snap, they get it like this, they throw it like this. Yeah, exactly, Adam. And I mean, Kenny Pickett looked really bad in the rain at the Senior Bowl. But so, anyways, getting back to the breakdown, it's now 2nd and 10, right? We get a nice little bit of fullback pin and pull. This is where the Bears started cooking New England with pin and pull, and they just did not stop. So it looks like toss crack, right? From a blocking perspective, let's watch the blocking because you can see what happens here. And then you get 2 guys winding around the other side, and my goodness, if Montgomery had just caught this football, thankfully Fields isn't the only one struggling with ball control in the wet. Like, you can see some issues across the team in the slick, but man, oh man, it feels like that could have been quite a little run. And if you don't believe me, let's take a look on the backside where, look, there'll be plenty of plays where somebody fumbles it and it wasn't going to be much, but this one, maybe he gets through right there, but Braxton Jones is scraping over the top. Kari Blasingame is still getting around, and if Montgomery actually has this, he's got 2 more blockers, and so long as Cole Kmet can keep his guy just a little bit engaged, he could have had a nice little lane. And yeah, exactly, Spectre. I mean, he took his eyes off the ball because a lot of guys do. They don't watch the pitch all the way into their hands. In a normal football setting, so to speak, you can count on the ball hitting you a certain way and not necessarily slipping. You can just grab it, or at least your gloves can basically treat it almost like it's magnetized, right? I mean, NFL gloves nowadays are so sticky. It is hilarious. But it's 3rd and 14, and so because it's 3rd and 14, Matt Eberflus, for the first time of many this game, said, Luke, go get me a field goal. And that's exactly what the Bears will do here, where They're going to run just a basic toss-out play. I love it whenever they change the launch point of the runs because, as you can see, they've got two blockers. They've got Braxton Jones coming out this way. They've got Darnell Mooney engaging his man. Lucas Patrick can't quite get to his assignment, which would be right here, but no worries because David Montgomery can beat him in the open field and go get you a nice little 9-yard gain to give yourself a 3-0 lead. You know what? That's okay. And like you're saying, AC, there's always a couple shoulda, woulda, coulda plays. No question about it. But it is like, I love, schematically speaking, how consistently the Bears will take. So this formation, for instance, right, should or can serve an inside or run. It can serve a stretch handoff this way. It can serve something that hits outside of the tackles. And when you're able to then take this formation and effectively turn it into a toss play, it makes sure that these defensive linemen, imagine being this nose tackle, for instance, or this edge player. Who's going to block you? Well, you would imagine it would be Braxton Jones, especially since it's 3rd and 14. It's a passing down. Right? So when Cole Kmet is going to step in and block him, when Equanimeous St. Brown is going to step in and block the next guy to him, they don't see it coming. It makes for a much easier block on both of these guys. But in particular, let's take a look at Cole Kmet right here, where he's able to engage with his man before his man has even figured out that Cole Kmet's trying to block him. That's the advantage of a lot of these toss-out plays. If you ever wonder why I like them, it's not like, oh, Robert likes them because they pick up yardage. I like them because I think that the best way to establish a modern running game is to create confusion with who blocks who. Like you're saying, Exelion Yogi, it's a soft blindside block, but it helps make sure that Cole Kmet can block it looks like a defensive back sitting on the line of scrimmage without really any trouble at all. Also, really nice move right here. But it was super sweet. Like, boom, right there, get upfield, go get you a field goal. Exactly, censored. It's a great way to it's a great way to change up where you're looking consistently as a defensive lineman. Make sure that they can't basically settle in and do just about anything. Let's see, Josh Winslow. I can't believe this Bears team started a quarterback controversy in a game I fully expected to hear about how the last time the Bears drafted a first-round quarterback, the next quarterback was Mahomes. Really? Why'd you expect to hear that? That's funny. But so, taking a look from there. So now we're at the second drive, right? It's 3-0. 1st and 10. The Bears are going to go with another little RPO read. And you'll notice that Fields is taking a look at this edge defender. But is he an edge or is he an outside linebacker? Honestly, in a moment like this, it's hard to know. Because here you've got 3-on-4, right? You got 3 on or with a 4th overhanger. So if he sits here, you're probably going to give it to the running back. If he creeps up like he does, you'll kick it to Cole Kmet. And that's exactly what the Bears do. Fields catches him shifting forward towards the line of scrimmage. That puts the Patriots in a 5-down scenario. Fields knows exactly what he's going to do on this play. He feints the give quickly. He gets the ball out. The ball gets to Cole Kmet, and voila, we've got ourselves a nice first down play. And I love this kind of stuff. I mean, whether it's RPOs that the Bears are going, like you're saying, Jordan, whether it's RPOs that the Bears are finally starting to get working even in the wetness, or the quarterback runs that we see later in the game, the Bears were much better on first down than I've seen them be for most of the year so far. And sure, they had a ton of third downs. They needed to convert a ton of third downs, but they consistently put themselves in these 2nd and 3, 2nd and 4, 2nd and 2 situations that I think really helps the offense get set up for success. So, then what happens? Well, AC Adam earlier talked about shoulda, woulda, coulda. Well, this is a great example of that, where the Bears are going to toss it out, and oh boy, what happened here, right? Sometimes the answers are simpler than you think they are. It is very common for a wide receiver that doesn't feel like blocking in the moment. I know Mooney likes to block. In this moment, he didn't. For a wide receiver to feint a release, because a lot of times that gets the corner's eyes facing the receiver so that he can block him just by taking him up the field, right? Well, on this play, Mooney goes for a release. The corner steps straight by him, and it's just as if he wasn't even there. Look, It's not the play that Mooney wanted. It's not a good play by Mooney, and it gets Montgomery lit up on a wet day where he doesn't necessarily have the agility to try to cruise by him. Now, obviously, an open runner in any pitch scenario is a bad thing, but it definitely helps a lot less when your lead blocker to that side doesn't hit his mark at all. Kudos to Tevin Jenkins, who's just a battler in these kinds of situations. Lucas Patrick, I think, does a solid job turning his man's shoulders around. Offensive line in general played pretty well. It just is all for naught because there's a defensive back in the backfield immediately. Yeah, exactly. He reacted really fast. It didn't work out. I think, John, it is a Mooney decision because if it helps everybody feel better, because Joe, I see you saying maybe Mooney's job was the next guy. I doubt it. If I had to guess, I think it could be as simple as what defense Mooney thought they were in. This looks like visually that the Patriots could easily be in cover one man, which they play an awful lot. They play a lot of cover three. They play a lot of cover one. They play a lot of man in general. So if they were in straight man coverage, you would think Mooney would be able to run upfield and just take his guy with him, right? But I think it's a Mooney decision, it's a call on Mooney's part that didn't work out well. But all sorts of people make all sorts of bad decisions in every single game. They just don't usually result in a free runner screeching into the backfield. So it's awfully embarrassing when it does. But hey, all the same, that sets up 3rd and 6, right? And so let's see here. So then it's not 3rd and 15. It's not 3rd and 10. It's 3rd and 6, right? And within that, you'll have, I love this. So the Bears set up with Mooney in the backfield, which I really, really like, right? They're going to kick him out into the wide zone, and when they do, they have somebody follow him. What's that an indicator of? If you said it's man, you're right? So they cue man almost immediately. And so what the Bears are going to be running is, so two playbooks kind of disagree. Bobby Peters' Packers playbook, within this case, says that this play is a play called, I don't actually have it bookmarked, but they called it pin, right? And then the Nagy playbook shows that it's not totally dissimilar to a play concept called drive, right? But you see this all the time where the Bears were going to have somebody release on the outside, somebody else release on the other outside, and you're going to have Equanimeous St. Brown run a dig route while Cole Kmet blocks for a little bit, comes out, and then runs across the field on the lower part, right? The issue is Fields doesn't actually get the opportunity within man because since it's a man, or like you're looking at a man defense, you're assuming that you're probably going to want this dig route if the outside route isn't open, right? And with who is that? Dante Pettis down at the bottom. Fields takes a look. He doesn't like the matchup already. He looks right at the middle of the field. I like the decision. This is a good decision, right? But can you see the problem? So before Equanimeous has fully finished his break, he's already dealing with legitimate and heavy pressure as Matthew Judon has beaten Larry Borum immediately, and Fields needs to get out and make a play. Thankfully, he does. He can. This is that play where Fields already knows where he's looking to go with the ball and finds a way to get it back to him. I love this play from Fields because Fields understands the situation. At least it looks like it. The most positive interpretation that I can possibly have of this play is that, hey, Marshall, how you doing? Fields drops back. He knows where he wants to go with the ball. You could already see his eyes looking for it. It's just a matter of waiting for him to clear this linebacker. Remember, zone defenses, even in man situations with the underneath linebacker, because now that I look at it, I'm wondering whether it's cover 2. In fact, it is. So they feinted cover 2, or they feinted man, but they're in cover 2 within this moment. So let's see. I have to kill this bot. Gotta love it. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do... Come on. There we go. You're banned. Perfect. All right, so getting back to basics here. Yeah, here come the bots, exactly. So Since they're looking at cover two, Justin's already got his eyes on where they should be. Again, this dig route. But he can't throw it on the body on the break, so to speak, because he's got 23 sitting underneath. He would need to target him around here. So within that, he waits for the break. He knows he doesn't have it. He gets out of the pocket, and I love his processing here. We'll see it from the back end immediately, but Fields, as soon as he breaks from the pocket, starts thinking check down. It's 3rd and 6, so you see him pump fake right there because as soon as he jumps forward or like gets out of the pocket, he looks at the check down, thinks about it, it's not there, gets his eyes back downfield to the man he knows was open, because if he's drawn everybody up and look at them, I mean, for crying out loud, all 3 linebackers just started screeching down the field as soon as Fields broke out of the pocket. So it's an easy completion, but this is good quarterbacking. Managing a pocket, stepping up in the pocket, finding a way to get the ball back into the hands of somebody who was open in the first place, and more importantly, converting a first down. Ultimator, you would feel correctly that Borum got beat quite a bit in this game. When Borum faces elite talent, he struggles. Shocker, right? Jones didn't exactly hold up super well on this play either, as number 91 is going to get straight through number 70, or at least shove him very, very, very far backwards. But it's fun to see on a play like this, a quarterback get out like that. It's hard to tell, Donald, whether ESB necessarily got drawn to by that mailbox arm. I don't know. My legitimate and honest guess is that he saw, all right, I'm not going to be able to beat him. He's covered. Wait a minute. You know, ESB was always going to be open. I wonder if he still is. And that's extending a play. He's getting better at it. And yes, like you're saying, there's the Patrick injury, so that ends up hurting a lot throughout the game. Maybe not hurting a ton, but it sucks to see the guy who you wanted to play center finally get his start at center, and then the inevitable, the infinite Sam Mustipher finds his way back to the ball. But hey, curses aren't necessarily easily broken, and Sam Mustipher is not was not going to be denied. But so immediately after that, it's 1st and 10, right? Bears go 1-2. So it looks like they're bluffing either cover 3 or cover 2. Honestly, the Patriots do a really good job with these very murky looks where you don't necessarily know what it is just by staring at it, right? But so Mooney is going to take his guy 1v1, and then N'Keal Harry is going to come over on a post route, and I think Valus literally just stands here. But I'm not 100% sure, right? Fields takes a snap. He looks at Mooney. Looks like they're playing cover 3, or at the very least, this is a cover 3 corner technique, right? So as soon as he sees this, Fields does, he knows, yeah, he's not getting open, right? And he shifts his eyes back into the middle of the field, because that's the next read. 1 on the on the jet down the sideline, 2 on the post over the middle. And then chances are you'd have 3 over here. Chances are you'd have Cole Kmet on 3. So you'd have 2, 1, right? And so he shifts from 1 to 2. Boom. Makes the throw. And it's a nice ball, too. I mean, whether it's wet and he lacked control, on some of these throws where he had time to make sure he got his hand set, you could barely tell. He gets his eyes over, he gets his feet set, and he places the ball in a nice place that makes sure that the safety's not going to necessarily take his head off. Bob, you didn't miss a ton. We're getting to the good stuff as we talk. So watch it from the backside, and you'll see Fields takes a look down, you see looks, sets his feet, that's not it, resets his feet, fires. Really well-placed football that puts it right on the frame of the receiver. And from there, N'Keal Harry is able to take it and go right down, which I'm all about. Yeah, Drex, unfortunately, there we are. One thing that I did think that the Bears did a pretty good job with is Tevin Jenkins did a really good job switching between the two right here. You get a nice little chip on the way out to try to help Borum against 93, and Fields is able to make the play work. Yeah, exactly, John. Did he really say Baby Gronk? Did Dilfer really call Cole Kmet Baby Gronk? I do not like that. But so anyways, I want you guys to watch the play. And I want you guys to see something because Jordan, who's in the chat, has been calling for designer runs, and I have been saying I don't think Fields is a good enough runner, like a determined and designable runner, to run designer runs well enough. Well, the Bears proved me wrong, and I am here to talk about how they did it. So, normally when we talk about designer runs, right, we're looking at a Josh Allen type. We're looking at a Lamar Jackson type. We're looking at somebody who is just as physical as they are athletic. But what the Bears have done is they've now designed a ton of plays that are incredibly strong option runs. So you'll see that the Bears have designed right here a Velus Jones sweep option with GT counter on the backside. That's GT, guard tackle. Football's easier than it sounds sometimes. And so watch what happens on the other side of this, as Velus Jones has two lead blockers if and only if Matthew Judon commits to this, right? So, McFact, that's the complicated part. You say, I don't necessarily want to see designed runs because of injury risk, right? Well, Judon steps down, and I want you to watch Fields here, because Fields doesn't just run the ball. He dives as soon as he thinks contact is about to come. Make sure that he takes as many yards as possible, but also gets down. Watch the way that Fields runs the ball. You're not going to see him play the role of the powerful superstar runner like the Josh Allens or the Lamar Jacksons. Watch Fields. He takes the free yards that are in front of him. Gorgeous blocking, by the way. Like, Braxton Jones eliminates his guy. Cole Kmet eliminates his guy. We've got Jenkins standing up the edge on the other side. I don't think Borum actually has anybody to block. And Fields gets down, takes 8 yards total. 8 yards is a good first down run, and doesn't get hit for it. So, as much as I understand anybody would be worried about injury risk, these are the glancing blows that I don't think a quarterback actually adds any wear to their tire taking. These are the designed runs that I could easily see the Bears continuing to utilize, because take one more look at this from let's go the wide angle so that you can see what would happen. Once now it's on tape, watch how many times throughout this game the Bears will run a play that could easily be another play. If he bites down, you've got 1, you've got 2, and then you've got Velus Jones one-on-one against a deep safety, which I will take without a doubt, because Velus Jones is a really, really good player. And so as you build this offense, you can start to do a lot of these option runs, option passes, RPOs, RSOs, and within that, you can start to make a few more positive first down plays, just like the Bears did in this game, than the Bears have had over the last couple weeks, where their quick game, their short game, their drive starters have been in particular very lacking. So I love the way that the Bears have, instead of having these primo, because when I hear designed runs, I think quarterback power, I think quarterback bash, and I don't think those fit Fields near as well as, let's see, what do we got here? Hey, thank you so much. Anytime, Bears fan in DE. Is that Denver or is it Denmark? But so the Bears did a good job of making sure to protect Fields' body while building a lot of these option runs, and more importantly, if Fields doesn't necessarily they did once, Jordan, just once though, we'll get there. But so a lot of the runs that I think take a more not dynamic, that's not fair, a more powerful athlete to make the most of, they're going to use much more sparingly than a lot of these option runs, where if it's open, take the yards, and if it's not, do something else. But so I love GT counter. I think that was that was a great way to pair a zone sweep or a jet sweep to somebody very obvious, and I think it worked out really well for the obvious reasons. So from there, the Bears are then going to check to a run after man, which I'm all about. What did you just text me, Lester? Oh. Lester, if you're looking, it's been like that for weeks. But so, anyways, the Bears see man. They don't like it. Fields checks to a run. They get the yards. You can see the check right there as he communicates with the wide receivers, hey, that's not what we're doing anymore. The line gets the message, and from there, Montgomery's able to charge forward, pick up a nice little 2 yards, and move on. Let's see here. True that, Josh. Hopefully that's not the case, and that we see a little bit more of this. The best part about these runs is that now they're all on tape, right? The Bears managed to take, I think, their most valuable asset on offense, which is Justin Fields' legs, and channel them into offensive tape that now Dallas and every other defense in football has to defend. It's not that it makes them amazing. It's that it makes them a little bit better than they were and forces defenders to have to, honestly, play the stuff straight up. For instance, here's Velus Jones. What's he going to do on this play? If you guessed he's going to feint another sweep and they're going to have another read for it, you're right. Where the Bears are going to take a look at this guy right here, and if Fields sees this defender shift over to stop Velus coming on the sweep, then Fields is going to take it, and they've got another, in this case, it's kind of toss crack but it's pin and pull. That's what it comes down to, where Equanimeous St. Brown and Darnell Mooney are going to pin the inside defender, and then they're going to get Braxton Jones, they're going to get Michael Schofield, and whoever else they can out on the edge, which I am all about. Let's see, Jordan mentions that Adrian Phillips gets wrecked. He does. Mustafer just houses him, but I love the options here as Fields takes a look at the defense that's in front of him. If he wants to, he has a handoff option. I'm all about Dabble style plays on plays. So within one play of tape, defenses learned that they've got this part to watch for, and they've also got this part to watch for. And within the context of this specific game, boom, you get Braxton Jones pushing this guy out of the way. You get Michael Schofield cutting this guy down. I love, JT O'Sullivan pointed this out. I have to give him credit. If you hear me mentioning his name a lot, it's because there's some analysis that I just don't feel like I deserve to take credit for. And he pointed out just how good Justin Fields is at going from horizontal to plant, vertical. That ability to turn and generate power upfield is really special, and it totally works. It's part of what makes this play as successful as it is, where Fields is able to watch from the backside, because this is super, super sweet, where you get some beautiful blocking by ESB and Darnell Mooney on Matthew Judon. You see Braxton Jones get right on out. Suddenly Fields is one-on-one with, or I guess he's technically one-on-two, but neither of them are truly on him. And then, even better, you see Fields get down right there. Yes, he lowers his shoulder. Yes, he's ready for contact, but he's also making sure to get down and avoid as much of the hit or brunt of the hit as possible, which is great. As a quarterback in the modern NFL, you have got to keep yourself safe. And suddenly, I'm sure you guys were also bugging out at home. The Bears are beating the Patriots 10-0, which is wild. And Jordan, I hear you. I don't necessarily think pin and pull is exclusively modern football. I think that there's a ton of stuff that I look at that it's like pin and pull is also like 1980s football. Pin and pull is 1970s football. It's 2000s football. It's black and blue football of any variety. It's mixing them. It's nuance that I think is really, truly modern. And it was nice to see the Bears get away from let's run inside zone almost every single handoff of the game and on to let's mix things up and keep people guessing. Now, if you look at this formation, I want everybody to just call out what it is, right? Because you're gonna giggle when you see the way that this play ends, and it sheds some extra light on a certain play that happens later in the game because the Bears are in empty, right? Not only are the Bears in empty, but who's this on the bottom of the screen? Do you see that? That's Khalil Herbert. That's number 24. Does that sound familiar or what? Ironically, Fields and the Bears are going to check, as you'll see right here, to some specific special play, and boom, the play the Bears get a touchdown on later in the game is deflected. I didn't see this earlier in the game, or at least I didn't put 2 and 2 together until I rewatched it, where the Bears ran the play that turns into a touchdown earlier. They just didn't get the ball down. Why did Fields pump fake on a screen throw so that he could get the ball through the lineman? He did that in part because earlier in the game, he saw the play not work because 58 was able to get his hand up and knock this one down. I think it's really fun watching Fields go through this mental process of not necessarily just, okay, well, this is the play I got to run, so I got to run it. But instead, he makes sure that, or like he learned from getting beat earlier in the game. Let's see, you just joined, cool God. Like, we've got to see this. Oh, we're going to get there easily. And AC, you're right. It's the first time wasn't there, but moreover, I think it's cool as you watch a football game, not just analyzing what happened on each individual play, but there's a reason that we've always gone chronologically, because I think that the special piece is going through these games and saying, okay, how did they evolve? What changed? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And within that, we can see Justin learn a little bit. So now we get on to, I think, Fields' first major blemish, because this isn't the ball. Like, this isn't the ball being wet. This isn't anything other than a mistake. Son Diata, great to see you. Thanks so much for subscribing. But so Fields is going to get out. They've got Cole Kmet blocking for him, which allows a nice little, allows a nice little second pocket to form, so to speak. You go from here, you bubble over. Now you've got a second pocket in front of you. He's got a wheel route if he wants it. He's got an over route if he wants it. That sure looks like it's open to me. And I don't remember whether this is a post or a corner or a go. It doesn't really matter. Mooney's the read, and Mooney should be the read. Fields waits perfectly because Mooney needs to clear number 8. Easy to forget about these guys, but they're important, right? Before he throws it. He throws it on time. Breaking defender doesn't interrupt the ball, but what happened here? Now, did Mooney drift on his route? Kind of feels like it. I mean, like, we'll get into excuses and all. It should look like this. You're going to see, I'll leave it up, and I'm going to hope and pray that it works out for me. Kill another one of you guys. Boom. Like you're saying, somebody said it, like Mooney didn't necessarily run lateral, and as you watch, yeah, that didn't work. You could see him drift quite a lot and let the defender back into the play. But, I mean, I think the tight angle is pretty explicit here. Fields throws this ball way behind Mooney. I mean, you can already see it coming out of his hand that it is just way behind Darnell Mooney. And Mooney, more than drifting, just tries to get back to where he can catch it and still has to just about stop for it. It's not a good throw by Fields. Hey, not everything's going to be perfect. And I'm not trying to pretend that everything is always going to be. But the throw, like, this is a minus for Fields. And thankfully we haven't seen a ton of these. AC mentioning like was this a slippery ball? The ball's spiraling awfully well. So I don't think so, but that's the stupidest rationale you've just about ever heard. Now, thankfully, Mooney was so open that Marcus Jones here would have had to make a truly incredible interception. I don't think somebody called this a turnover-worthy play, and if I was going to break out my fine-toothed comb, I'm not so sure, because I think that if you make that play, it is top 3 on SportsCenter for at least a week. But it's not. But it didn't end up that way. He didn't catch it. It just would have been a wild interception. For a ball that far behind a receiver, you wouldn't expect the defensive back to be able to pick that, or you would have expected the defensive back to be able to get a little bit more involved or have a better shot at it. But exactly like you're saying, John, I mean, it's hard to tell exactly what was going on, like what was Fields looking at, but yeah, I mean, it's an open throw that you got to hit. Fields would have wanted it back. That's fine. So then, coffee is good. All right, so we get man coverage. We get a real sad route from number 85, who, man, I just want analysts to be consistent. I know that that's asking a lot of some guys, and I'm not trying to dunk too hard. But so the Bears are going to, I don't remember quite what the order is here, but they run 2 clear out routes so that Kmet can run a deep like out, and Kmet does not beat his man. It's tight end on nickel corner. It's forcible contact at the top of the route. It is covered. And so Fields doesn't really throw it. Like, should he have laced this ball into a tight window? If you said yes, I'm not going to blame you, right? Because he's got a double move on the outside and a post on the inside. And so Kmet's not open. I don't hate Fields not throwing it. I don't love Fields not throwing it because 23, I think, would have made a play on just about anything, and it's just a huge bummer that Kmet can't get open on this because, I mean, Jordan, feel free to contribute what you think, but to me, this is a very classical tight end route that if you are going to be a bigger, more physical tight end, I want you to separate on a route where in the middle of your stem, you're able to make contact like this. Like, this is as clean a contact as you can want. It's not necessarily that Kmet needs to shuck his hands out and throw the guy on the ground. That's a great way to get off or to get offensive pass interference. But as soon as you're able to make contact with that guy, there are a lot of tight ends that in particular will get quite well open. And yes, Adamola, this is that one. So here's Sam Mustipher, by the way, who must think that he's eligible because he starts running out. But like, that's the apex modern day defense. Yeah, I mean, I hear you, no doubt. Like, I don't know at any point, to be very blunt with you, Jordan, how often I think I'm being too hard on Kmet and how often I'm justified in wanting Kmet to be better. But Kmet has been a complete non-factor this season, sans one play, which we'll get to. And Fields takes a sack here. I would love to see him throw it away. I can understand where his head's at because he's actually going to get here. He doesn't like this. He doesn't like this. He doesn't like this, which all of them are fair. You've got double coverage here. You've got him covered, him covered, him covered. He takes a look back at the wide open Dante, or not wide open, but just backside Dante Pettis. He's not open either. And so at this stage, I would love to see Fields throw it away. I'm by no means necessarily trying to be, I'm not trying to harp on Fields too hard. He even thinks about throwing it away there. Right here, this is him considering throwing it away, then pulling the ball down just to be safe. And exactly like the chat's mentioning, I mean, if Fields hits Mustipher, you got to think he's going to make this guy miss in the open field. He's going to get out. You'll probably get the safety to range over. At that point, he can make another guy miss. And then when this guy comes up, I bet you Mustipher would be out of juice. Thankfully, you've got another receiver that would obviously wind back at that stage. And so Mustipher would be able to turn and lateral the ball to that receiver, who would then turn back upfield and probably score. So that's really the read, is Sam Mustipher right here isolated. Obviously, we're kidding. But so I'd love to see Fields throw the ball away. Throwing the ball away is not always bad. I can understand why he wouldn't, because it's third down. Like I think somebody was saying, it's exactly, Joe. In this situation specifically, it doesn't really matter that he took a sack, because on third down, you are going to try to extend the play as much as possible. But I think that when we're antsy Bears fans, like we are, I know I'm an antsy Bear, like Joe Calzano says, is what converts 3rd and 16s. So it's not horrible that he didn't necessarily or that he tried to extend the play like to death, but it certainly got him killed, like in the world of to death. But so 1st and 15, or 1st and 10, the drive after that, Fields is going to call his own number a little bit, because this read, Judon does not play this super well, because with Kmet crossing his face like that, he doesn't surf, so he doesn't stop the run right here, and he gets beat on the other side. So Judon gets completely isolated by the fact that he expected Kmet to sift block him, and he didn't. Kmet makes a really nice block on the outside. Fields makes everybody miss in the open field and collects a very easy 15 yards, which is awfully nice. But so, Jordan, what do you think at this point is Kmet's value? Because let's see, it's hard to say. Kmet's is not good when he puts the blocking tape he does on film every week. Lorenzo, I actually think Kmet's blocking is just all right. Not necessarily, like, at least to me, I can't tell if I'm being hung up on draft position, but it feels like Kmet is not so valuable that I have to keep him on the team, especially once it comes extension season. But for now, he's a starter, which is fine. But if you asked me to take the names off of the backs of these guys' jersey, I don't actually think I could tell you which one was Ryan Griffin and which one was Cole Kmet. And I actually do think that that's a very fair assessment of those two, because Ryan Griffin has been perfectly fine, right? And Cole Kmet has been perfectly fine. So when Kmet is the young player and Ryan Griffin is the guy signed off the street, it doesn't super reflect well on 85, which is my opinion. But so, anyways, love the play call here, because all these zone read options, it's not that this is some crazy designer run. It's just normal zone read with a little bit of a rub on it. And like you said, James Wallace, Fields just outrunning defensive backs like he does is absolutely crazy to watch. It's fun, all the same. But let's see. Jordan, I'd be interested to see what he'd look like in a different offense. I just don't know how many people would really go working hard to try to feature Cole Kmet on this stage. But I mean, when you're through two offenses, and I could tell you where Omaha and Dragon are. Not in this offense, because Fields can't do West Coast, and that's okay. But the Bears pick up a sweet first down. They then move on. They get a nice run going right here, which they did a lot of running the ball for good reason. I love this little handoff action, as you're going to see a counterplay. So they have Montgomery line up on the side. They have him pinch in like he's obviously going that way, right? And he cuts it back off of GT counter, which again is guard, tackle, counter, right? And on GT counter at this stage, the Bears don't get a ton, but I love the play call. They don't get a ton because Trey Wesco gets absolutely whooped by number 58. Let's go take a look at the backside. You'll see exactly what that does to the read. As soon as Montgomery sees Trey Wesco here, 88, gets smoked by 58, the play is over effectively, because Montgomery looks downhill and sees 58 having complete control over the side that he's supposed to spill over, and so he cuts up the inside and takes a gain at 2, which... meh. Not every run's going to work. When your incompletion, so to speak, can go for a couple yards instead of 0, it's helpful-ish. But it's definitely nothing to get super excited about. So then the Bears run like a double motion into a run. Now, I love the timing of these handoffs, right? They'll consistently pull somebody. They'll have a little bit of at-step motion so that they can threaten these handoffs for the rest of the game. But so you get double motion you get motion coming into the run as Kmet pulls over, so that you're not only motioning on passing downs. You get a nice little cross pull that's going to pull not just one, but 2 guys across the formation, as 27 has to snap back to realize that that's actually his assignment. That's not the other guy, or basically just a little bit of confusion, forcing some communication. And then Schofield doesn't do an incredible job, but it's really not a bad run by anybody's part, as Schofield in particular is going to try to get to 50. He can't quite get to 50. He gets locked off, so him and Braxton Jones just absolutely shove 91 into oblivion. 50 rolls over and makes the play, and suddenly it's 3rd and 5. Gracious, these things are active today. I always love watching the runs in slow motion. You can see Mustipher does a really solid job. Not spectacular, but solid, all the same. Montgomery does a good job to set the block up and then bounce outside. 50's right there to meet him, and suddenly it's 3rd and 5. Not 3rd and 8, not 3rd and 2, right? Like you're saying, James, I mean, I do actually think that the 2-yard runs are really helpful, or at least they're more helpfulness than just a basic 2nd and 10. But it's nice to see that they are. I'm not a huge fan of just constantly basing your offense in the run. The runs need to be creative, but thankfully the Bears are doing a lot to keep people on their toes. So then on this play, this is the play. Do we all remember the play. Bounce, pick. Backbreaking, because Bailey Zappi had just come in, right? So it goes from 10-0 to 10-14. Absolutely wild, the swing that happened in this game. But the play call, you know what? I actually really like it. So you'll see a sweet little man. Audrey, I cannot even imagine how you felt just in this moment. But so let's see. Yes, exactly. I had to read that. But so the staff went back to the drawing board. They figured out how to get it right, and it really worked. But so the Bears get a nice little what's called snag route out of Equinemius St. Brown, and he is wide open. This is a great anti-man look, and especially in third and fives, you get a ton of this cover one man look from the Patriots. The Bears knew that coming into the game, so they call one of their man beaters right here, where it looks like a pick play within this, because you've got the rub underneath, and you've got Mooney scraping over the top, and so once you get that, the snag route off of what looked like the rubbing route gets Equinemius wide open, and just to make things even better, Mooney goes from pretending to be the open man to pretending to be the pick man as he and Cole Kmet snap right back and get out of the way. You'll see there is just tons of space for Fields to throw into. Now, he headshots another defender. You got to think that this is a spot that Fields, just as well as anybody else, knows he's got to grow on. But then Jenkins, after the jump, watch 76. Make sure you're watching 76. Bang! Just crushes Judon and sends him, I mean, not literally to the hospital, but whoo-hoo! So nice. Like, yes, it's not a play that I think anybody wants, because you can't have these jumping defensive linemen, and especially when it comes to quick game throws, it's not Fields' fault, so to speak. I know it's going to sound like I'm just giving a bunch of excuses, but this isn't like a super bad play on Fields' part. You shouldn't be forced to throw with loft and touch just to avoid clanking defensive linemen, because your defensive linemen shouldn't be able to fully plant in the middle of a pass set and jump into the air like he does. So would Fields have hit him had he not jumped? Hard to say. It's not like he's that far off the ground, but Borum totally lets him jump right up into the air, and Jenkins comes over and shows him how he does things downtown. Like you're saying, Mr. Myrtle, 8 doesn't necessarily want any part of Jenkins as he just sits there. He considers green dogging, it looks like, but knows that he's not about to get there. But it's a learning lesson, I guess. It's also kind of hilarious just how unlucky this tip is. So you throw here, and it bounces with spiral. Look at this ball. It bounces with spiral into the hands of one of the other corners. I mean, how unlucky is that? If Fields hits Judon straight on in the face, it probably tips straight up in the air. Who's to say that it's a pick? But it could have easily been an unlucky play. But it was just weird seeing that this immediately, Akusai, clearly he's going for the Shane Falco thing, but it's not quite working yet. Hey, he'll get there, I guess. But so, interception, 14-10. Bailey Zappi zaps the Bears, and the Bears are looking to respond, which, thankfully, the Bears do. If there's something else that I want to just give credit to Getsy for, I want to give credit to Alan Williams. I want to give credit to Fields. I want to give credit to, honestly, Matt Eberflus, the whole team. They continued to respond. They have all season. They went down 21-3 against the Vikings. They fought their way back. They were losing against the Commanders, and at the very final drive of the game, they battled their way to the end zone and had multiple shots into it. For as much as I have made the Bears sound like they have played terribly, and in some cases they certainly have, the Bears have also continued to fight and scrap and respond when they're faced with adversity. And I do think that that's the mark of at least a team that's moving in the right direction, which is awfully fun, don't you think? But so I loved this play call. So this is like that's what made this game so hard. This team should have one loss, just like Dabble's team. I don't know, Jordan. I don't know if this team should have one loss. Like I do hear you, but I don't necessarily think I'm gonna hang one loss on coaching, considering how much more talented I think the Giants are. But so within this, the Bears are going to set up an RSO, which I really like. Remember, that's a run screen option, RSO. But so they've got Montgomery, I think it is, coming across the field. They've got two guys right here, and Fields is going to read this defender specifically. He doesn't like what he does. Let's go. Not so slow-mo. There we go. So it's Ebner. It's not it's Ebner, it's not Montgomery, but so he's going to take a look. He's going to see this defender drifting towards the outside, and as soon as he does, you see him right there, Fields takes off on halfback lead draw, basically, where Fields is going to plant his foot. He's going to jet up the field, and as soon as he would take contact, what does he do? He gets down. This was a clear coaching point. I mean, a clear as day coaching point that Fields was not intended to take any more heat than normal. So when he was about to take contact, I mean, it's well blocked, by the way. Like, it's a nice little draw. You get Montgomery out in front of him, and then he steps just behind Montgomery, dives forward, and you get a nice little 6 yards. More importantly, these kinds of plays, in my opinion, do a lot to protect your outside screens. So as you kick this kind of screen out, next time you run it, you might just have this linebacker pinch in, then you throw the dot to Ebner, and he tries to get up the field. There's a lot that these quarterback runs do to free up the rest of your playbook, because now you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 guys over rotating to a screen. You're able to take some free yardage, and it's 2nd and 4 instead of being 2nd and 10, 2nd and 11, or God forbid, a turnover. But these exact kinds of plays help you set up easier drives, conversions, drive starters. They're great little plays to get you moving, make you feel like you're staying on the front foot and putting the defense on the back foot, which I'm all about. And like you said, Censored, I mean, he only really got lit up on the touchdown pass. This was a very different game than Washington, where it felt like Fields was hit, and hit again. And then the Bears followed up with another run, a nice little pin and pull run, and man, is 24 so fun to watch, or what? Like, I love Khalil Herbert. I'm by no means necessarily trying to be anti-Montgomery, but so the Bears are going to crack down. They're going to pull around, probably crack down with ESB2. Let's see. Not Equidemius gets out of the way. Tevin's going to pull around. You've got these two on the end that are immediately jumping in to help out. Nice play, Tevin, to open the seam. And then, I mean, Herbert just plants his foot and goes. And he's like watching a little pinball. Like, just shucks somebody at the top of the run. God, 24 is so fun. He's fast. He's physical. Like, Herbert is nonsensically physical, because you look at him and you'd probably think he's a pretty small guy, but then he gets to the top of the run and boom, lowers his shoulder and it's 91 hitting the deck before Herbert does. I mean, he is fun. He is super fun to watch. And then on 3rd and 1, keep it simple, baby. Don't make it too hard. QB sneak, Bears get the yards. The Bears made offense look extremely easy in this game, and I'm all about it. I mean, let's see. Myrtle, do I think that Ebner has what it takes to take a year 2 leap? Guys, we're talking about a 7th rounder. When I say not really, it's not because I hate Tristan Ebner. It's because I was surprised he got drafted at all. I think that they have a little bit more under vision on him as a special teamer going forward. But again, not just a 7th rounder, a deep 7th rounder at that. But so, yeah, QB sneaks from under center. That's exactly where they ought to be. Sets up 1st and 10, and the Bears are going to run a nice little play action pass that I'm sure you've seen them run. Oh, no, they don't. Oh, it's just a run. Whoops. Gosh, I hate it when I get confused on my notes. But check this out. I mean, the Bears at this point are, let me see. Let me get back to note taking. So then, after all this pin and pull, like, you want to know what's so funny about it? As soon as you do that, the opposing defensive line is just a little on the back foot, right? So you get everybody stepping this way as you would expect them to from a defensive perspective. In fact, I don't think you necessarily need to be tired of the shotgun, but you could be tired of the shotgun on 3rd and 1. But so suddenly, just a basic zone run as you see the entire Bears offensive line. I mean, it visually looks like they're running duo. To me, it just looks weird because everybody stepped to the right and got kind of all out of whack. But so Herbert's able to take it, hammer up the backside, and yeah, exactly, Dandroid. How would you possibly do it? But so Herbert shucks a tackle, almost powers through a second one, and picks up another first down. Herbert's so quick off the ball. Look at how quickly he takes the handoff, and boom, he's up the field. He's a blink and you miss him kind of player. And Myrtle is exactly right. Censored, you specifically asked for it, but make sure you're watching 76 on this next replay, as he's going to just send 98 all the way across the field and then go tag up 8 and make sure that he doesn't go anywhere necessarily. Like, he's so fun. I love it. I don't think you need to run everything from under center. I don't. I actually think Fields is comfortable in the shotgun, and I love it. But I can't help but agree, Jordan, but at the same time, I think Herbert's burst does a ton to set up the plays that he makes. I think Montgomery needs a hole in particular. I don't think Montgomery has the vision or the explosion that Herbert does, which holds him back on a lot of those zone runs, especially the up the middles zone runs. I do think that Herbert is a much better, Herbert is not near as good a pass blocker or pass catcher. But so, like you're saying, Belzer, I mean, honestly, Monty's the Thunder and Herbert's the Lightning isn't a bad comparison. The Bears then are going to run, so they motion out of 21 personnel, and then they shift up, sit on the edge, and suddenly you've got 2 chipsters right here for a play action, or I don't know if it's play action at that point. I think it's a double hooks. It's hard to tell because Mooney makes it look like he's got a post that he's then allowed to sit down, and I think that's a huge part of why Fields waits till when he does to make this throw. It's because I think both of them have a read that they can pull it down if they want to. Mooney does, and the Bears make some noise with it, which is awfully nice. It's snappy. I mean, it is as easy as it can get at this point. Basic fake, find your number 1 receiver. He's got the space that he wants, steps into it, rips it, boom. Easy to like, right? We can all get behind passes that look this easy. And they are. I mean, the Bears, Getsy did a lot to punish the Patriots for playing a ton of cover 1, cover 3. And in this case, I think it's actually Tampa 2. But so as everybody gets stretched out, they're able to find Mooney for a quick one, nice couple 17-ish yards and move forward. But so let's see. When he's great in a clean pocket. Yeah, surpriser, right? Censored. Who isn't good in a clean pocket? This hat is hotter than I want it to be. My whole house is warm today. So then the Bears go with a tight end screen, and I think this is hilarious. So I hope you like tight end screens, because we put a tight end screen in your tight end screen so you can tight end screen while you tight end screen. Fields takes a look out here. It's like he's holding the safeties and trying to make sure that they don't. I think that so that they don't get involved in this second one. But I thought it was just hilarious seeing Cole Kmet actually has not a bad screen opportunity on this side. But they kick it to Wesco. No, it's Griffin. Griffin's able to make enough with it. I will take any first down play that gets you 5 yards. I love it. Jordan, if I had more money, I would go to the Dallas game. But Dallas games are as expensive as it could possibly be. That said, I'm very, very excited for it. And a lot more excited than I was, say, last week. Credit to Audrey. Credit to all of the other people that went to this Patriots game as a Bears fan. Credit to you, because you got a way better game or than I certainly expected to get, and it had to just be so much fun. So then on second and 5, there's just nothing here. I would love to see Fields throw the ball away. I admire his competitive streak. I don't love this, if only because it goes down as a sack. But I don't really feel any like mega emotions at this point. Mostly because you've got an out that he can't separate on. You've got a flat that Mooney doesn't separate on. N'Keal Harry doesn't separate on his backside dig. Hey, Kusa, you know what? If Peyton says that that's preferable, sure. I want to have strong emotions about statistical sacks, but the truth is, if I was a football coach, I wouldn't care. Instead, I'm a fan on the internet, and so when Fields takes another sack, I have to tell all the people on the internet, no, he didn't take 4 sacks. He took like 3 sacks. One of them, he just ran out of bounds. I mean, we spent so much time with Mitch Trubisky making fun of the fact that he just ran himself out of bounds, and here Fields is often running himself out of bounds. I don't think it really matters. Especially because it's funny, James, you mentioned like the only bad sacks you could take on second and third down or first and third down sacks aren't as detrimental as they seem. Like, really, the most important thing is here, Fields didn't lose a yard. So they gave him the yards back. It goes credited as a sack, but nothing's particularly open. And so then it's 3rd and 5. And I mean, let's see. Oh yeah, this is legit. When you talk about Luke Getsy being creative, this is as cool as it gets. Bears line everybody up. They get a nice widespread look. They even get 3 defenders over here against the 2 on the side where it looks like Darnell Mooney is. So the Patriots think that they're going to work something to Mooney or Kmet. And the Bears are just going to call basic quarterback power, which honestly, gutsy. I mean, not Getsy, gutsy. Though I'm sure there's like a t-shirt or a hat kind of saying in there somewhere. But so the Bears get a man on a man on a man on a man on a man, and they're able to do it through straight up it's technically pin and pull, as you're going to get ESB and Pettis down blocking their guys, with then the 2 linemen working out to the side. So you get another pin and pull. Braxton Jones, like you're saying, Grant, is good in the open field. ESB does not engage Matthew Judon. So Judon works around. Because of that, Pettis makes a great call to switch from engaging him to engaging Judon. He takes out the most important defender, with the only problem being that this means that there's a defensive back that actually gets in the play and could have cut Fields down. This is a spot that I actually think that Fields has shown a lot of improvement in compared to last year, where Fields takes a really good angle to set up this defender, like pull him out of the play, basically push him too far to the right on this, and also he breaks the backside tackle. So he motors upfield. Fields helps convert the first down. Super, super easy. And like you're saying, James, very, very few big hits. John D'Italia says that 0-yard sack is only a problem because Fields has a tendency to not throw the ball away. Other than that, it might have been a good situational 0-yard sack. Yeah, I agree. Like, honestly, John, I only think I'm mad about it because I already was mad about it, so to speak. And instead of being frustrated because it's actually a bad play, it's a nothing play. Statistically speaking, it's just, it'd be like if you threw honestly, it's like throwing a Hail Mary interception where it's like, who cares? But also it's on your ledger as an interception. Now, we've talked about this play earlier. Bears are in the exact same look. Empty formation, full spread out. The running back closer than you would expect him to be, right? The Patriots showing a lot of guys in the box and everybody else in what looks to be Jordan's favorite cover 0. So with them clearly in 0 and Peyton Manning clearly yelling about it, if you were watching the Manning cast, Fields makes another check at the line that we can see right here. But this time, he knows exactly how to handle that crashing defender. He takes a snap, throws a pump fake, which seems fully intentional. I don't think you'd be able to react fast enough. He pump fakes because he knows that jump is coming, gets the ball to Herbert, and from there, I mean, it's easy. Brax does a great job of cutting his guy down, which is sweet. You've got, is that ESB who gets out and makes a really nice block? Like, this is rad. And yeah, Jordan, I mean, this is a sweet throw. It's beautiful awareness. It is. I used to talk about how one thing Nick Foles was really good at was he would see something the defense did one time, and he would immediately adjust to it. Fields making a sweet throw like this is all because he had that early failure. So a snap play action and a quick throw out, I think it's roughing the passer, but I also agree. So, okay, so Alex and somebody else asked, is this roughing the passer? I do not know. Mostly because when 91 stands here, he is not roughing the passer. When Judon hits Fields from behind, I'm not certain he's roughing the passer either. I'm not certain, to be clear, because he gets it pretty quick. Like, how late is that hit? Oh, it's not that late. It's kind of on time. But because 91 is standing there, it gives you a benched effect where he gets slammed into 91. Jordan, I hear you, but the hit really hurts because Grace Live. So make sure you click your Tinder link if you want it, because they gone. But so he gets crushed. I'm not saying. Let me put it this way. The complicated part is if Fields was allowed, or if 91 wasn't there, would Judon have set him down nicely? I don't know, because we only live in a world where 91 was there. But they, in the end, I might have flagged him purely for violence at that stage, because like you're saying, I mean, he got lit up. And that's not something you want to perpetuate. But sweet touchdown, 17-14. Gotta love it. The hit from behind causes Fields to get helmet to helmet with the front defender. Yes. Dandroid, I've seen a lot of weaker crap like that get called roughing, but I don't think it's roughing. I think that's honestly the perfect way that I can put it, Dandroid. It is not a call that I think ought to be roughing, but it's a call that is further than the general definition of what has become roughing. I love the fact that Braxton shoves this guy to the ground and then immediately just gets really, really amped up about it. I mean, he knows the instant he makes that block that he's going to turn and he's going to see Herbert going straight to the end zone. Hey, credit to him. This is a Bears team that believes that they can. I mean, this is a Bears team, in my opinion, that if I was going to say, so you guys know that Matt Eberflus was not my number one choice when it came to Chicago Bears head coach. I, therefore, want to give the guy some flowers and say this is a Bears team that didn't look like they were surprised they were beating the Patriots. This is a Bears team that looked, to me at least, like they always knew that they could, right? And I have to just, that's head coaching. Like, that's good culture. We'll see if it can keep up, right? But the Bears, let me make a very direct comparison, right? The Bears right now just beat the Patriots. Neato. Can they stack it? Good question. Dallas is a pretty good football team. But, and like you're saying, Jordan, it sure does help when the fronts are whooping the opponent. But I will point out that the Lions had a really strong offense for the first 5 weeks of the season. They got one win out of it, and now the wheels start to look like they're falling off. Yes, they played Dallas. Yes, they played the Patriots. But they got shut out by the Patriots. They put up 6 points against the they put up 6 points against the Cowboys on a day where their defense held the Cowboys to 10 points for the overwhelming majority of the game. If the wheels start falling off in Detroit, don't be surprised, because I do think there's something to be said for how tough cultures are to create. Because if you lose too many games, you look over your shoulder, suddenly you're Los Angeles, and oh my gosh, Brandon Staley might end up on the hot seat sooner than we think, if only because he's got crazy talent on his team, and they're not winning games. They just got beat up by the Seahawks, who are a good football team. Honestly, as soon as Geno started clicking with their receivers, that's a really good football team. But all the same, I think the Chargers were a team that most people thought had the juice to run their division, and they're losing a lot of games. Eric, thanks so much for the tip. Super, super kind of you. Truly can't thank you enough. All this to say that because like you're saying, AGM, it's not that simple. I know the Chargers have a lot of injuries and they picked up more in this last weekend, but I will point out that I think Matt Eberflus deserves a lot of credit for the way that he's getting this team to play. And I think that's really fun. We'll see if he can keep it up. But the San Fran game was a great example of outcoaching your opponent. This game was a great example of outcoaching your opponent because, I mean, Grant, you mentioned not a soul outside the shadow of the Space Needle saw Seattle coming. I think everybody picked the Patriots justifiably going into this game, and the Bears came out and didn't just beat the Patriots, but really, really thumped the Patriots, which credit to coaching. In my opinion, I hear what you're saying, Jordan, by the way, hey, if Getsy had just called if Getsy just called this kind of a game from the jump street, they could have had this much sooner. They could have, but I don't blame Getsy, first-time play caller, for experimenting, starting with the more basic stuff that they probably installed week one, and starting now to move into where they are today. Because I think that a lot of the stuff that they've now tried was either stuff that they were working on or that they installed fairly recently. Either way, I will take the fact that the Bears went from the team that got smoked by the Vikings, static coverages, boring defense, honestly, to a ferocious defense that's disguising beautifully and playing multiple different styles of fronts. The Bears went from 4 down, 3 linebackers all the time, baby, to mug fronts, simulated pressures, dropping off the line of scrimmage, blitzing Roquan, who looks like a missile. They're cross blitzing. They're rotating at the snap all the time. The defense looks great. They took a clear step forward. The offense looks cohesive. I mean, if you haven't noticed so far, the Bears were way better on first down than I think they've ever been. The Bears went from being boom or bust to boom or honestly not so bad. And that's the hallmark of a decent offense. I think if there's anything to watch for, which who knows if this will work against the Cowboys, because the Cowboys are in particular very good. I think that what we're really going to be watching for is that the Bears should be good between the 20s, and they should stay that way. If Fields develops to where we want to be, the touchdowns are still going to be hard to come by, because when you get to the red zone, right, who are you turning to? Slim Jim, it's hard, but I've had years of practice at this point. At this stage, if there's anything I will warn fans of about this, is that let's see. Here's what I think. This is a fundamental change for what the staff thinks about Fields. They went from Fields to the quarterback we saw at OSU to him eventually look like that, but now he's LJ Light. Yes, Reinhardt, but also I think that it does cater to what their offense is good at. Right. I will point out that they went from he's the quarterback that we saw at OSU to I almost think that they went from he's a quarterback we need to shield to, hey, we found what he's good at. Let's use that as a tool. Let's base our offense in something dangerous so that the other team has to come out and address it or open up seams for our offense. I'm okay with that. If anything, I think that this game plan was a reminder of Getsy figured out how to make Fields look like the danger that a lot of fans have thought he can be, which I think is a real positive. Instead of trying to take Fields and fit him into a Green Bay Shanahan-style offense, they said, this is how we're going to Fieldsify this system. And within that, it's starting to help Fields find some comfort. Okay, so I know we're in the middle of a film review. I do want to point something out, okay? So, Cody, thank you so much. That is so kind of you to say. Let's see, Lamar Jackson stats. Look, I get it. Nobody wants to compare everybody to Lamar Jackson. It's like a borderline racist comparison if you take it too far. I get it. You get it. But ride with me on this, okay? There's reason that I'm doing this. But I want to take a look at Lamar Jackson's rookie stats, and I'll see if I can enhance the picture a little bit so that we get a good look at it. Can everybody see these totals? Don't these look awfully similar, right? 150 yards, 178 yards, 125 yards, 147 yards, 131 yards, 204, 179. 19 attempts, 25 attempts, 21 attempts, 24 attempts, 23 attempts, 22 attempts, 24 attempts. Does this not feel similar, right? I think that the most positive thing that you could say about Justin Fields is that he looks absolutely sparkling and oozing with potential right now. I think that the other thing that you have to say, if you couple that positivity with, like the way that you make it fair, is that right now, I think Fields looks developmentally about a year behind, right? Or not a full year behind. Right? Because Censored, you said, what are his year 3 numbers? This is his rookie numbers, if this isn't clear. This is when Lamar Jackson took over as a late season rookie. So we'll see if Fields can take an even better step forward. But I know people have talked about 2019 Josh Allen. I also think that there's some real core truth to the idea that right now, especially coming out of Ohio State with a lot to learn, I think Justin Fields legitimately looks like a quarterback that needs more time to really find it at an NFL level. But within the offense that Luke Getsy is starting to create for Fields, I think that he can be dangerous. I think that he can be effective. I think that he can make some real noise, run efficient offense, which is what we're all about. But I do think long term that this is a great way to get Fields better, stronger experience, slow down pass rush. Like you're saying, Akusei, offense is down all around, but more importantly, the more Fields runs the football like this on these designed runs that you are intended to run the ball on, the more that pass rushers have to start basically containing Fields and allowing him to throw the football, which gives him a little bit more time, which allows him to honestly get better and better reps instead of just dropping back, getting pressured, and then getting murdered, right? And so we'll see what happens, but I really looked at this and thought to myself, wow, okay, this is really interesting. Somebody asked about year 3. Honestly, let's just look at year 2, where Lamar took a nice step forward, started delivering the ball that little bit better. Elon, take care of it. Because I have now killed 4 of these bots, and with you in here, just get them out. Throw them out of here. Throw them out of the club. You could see that here in Lamar's second year, he started to get a couple more of these 37, 43, 34, 33 attempt games. And so we'll see what Fields' growth is going to look like. But I personally think that looking at Fields going forward is Lamar Jackson and his growth paired with Josh Allen and his growth might be an interesting comparison to walk, just because of the way that Lamar didn't have, what is this? Let's see. Yeah, honestly, Reinhardt, that doesn't surprise me. People know Shaney's offense counters and it's most used. I completely get that. But moreover, kind of like Sensor's going at, I think that as Fields gains experience, he should be able to do that little bit better. Going forward, let's get back to the film. Well, y'all are here for the film. I'm here for the film. But I did find that statistical comparison to be a really interesting one. It's not Fields is Lamar Jackson. It's Lamar Jackson didn't crack 200 passing. Lamar Jackson didn't crack 250 passing yards either in his rookie season. So, as we watch Fields moving forward, I'm starting, because Reinhardt, we talked about this a little while ago, I'm starting to get less worried about Fields not eclipsing certain passing totals. Because like you're saying, Atheist, it's not that I'm saying it's a sustainable way to win either. It's more that it is a way to get comfortable so that then you can try to start iterating off of that. At least that's the gist on where I'm seeing Fields grow right now. Because while you could try to fit Fields into being a sustainable quarterback, so to speak, I don't think Fields might be ready to play that way right now. So playing the way that he can, presenting the defense with more to defend might give him the extra half second that he needs so that he can then play better. Exactly. A crutch until his legs get under him. That's what Lamar ultimately had to deal with. And especially when Fields had 178 yards passing in this game, but I didn't necessarily think that he left 40, 50, 70 yards out on the field, right? It's not that Fields looked like a bad passer. It's that he picked up enough with his running ability to net 250 positive yards. That's the goal, isn't it? But since we've started talking, and always have, about quarterbacks as throwers, we're not going to bring up the fact that he had 80 yards on 13 carries because it's just not common, right? It doesn't mean better or worse. It just means that, you say, Alex, with this run game, does he even need to play that way, like to get 250 yards passing? I don't know if the receivers are remotely good enough to support a 250-yard passing attack. If they did, they would be boat racing them. But we used to give quarterbacks 3 years. Atheist, you're in the chat. Let's use Aaron Rodgers, who we did not see until his third year in the league. Like, most of these quarterbacks used to get a ton more time, and they don't anymore. So Fields learning on the job and being able to utilize something that he is legitimately skilled at. I mean, as far as him running the ball, he is faster. Fields right here is faster than him, and probably ties with these three, right? That's dangerous. That's something, that's a problem that you as a defense have to solve, and it's a much tougher problem to solve than can we cover Equanimeous St. Brown, or at least that's how the defense is going to think about it. So if you can get one more defender playing Fields within this moment, that's going to free up everything else, which I don't know if we're going to see that against the Cowboys, because with the Cowboys, I would probably say that you could, game 1 of year 2, honestly, Blind Squirrel, not a bad way to put it. But so, it's going to be interesting to watch Fields develop. Now back to it. So let's see. This is, okay, 4th drive. Bears run zone read to the right. Fields is going to get out of bounds, not take a hit, which we got to love, right? On this play, I don't think that, so Fields does a good job, and frankly, the Patriots do a good job. Watch this defender right here, this one. Notice how he does not move. He's ready for zone read. So the Pats caught on, right? What, the full curly mustache? Not quite all the way. It's not quite long enough, Elon. But so the Patriots were ready to scrape exchange, which I think is really, really interesting, because for as ready as they were, you would have expected them to get more, but Fields just beats this linebacker in a straight foot race. We're not quite to second half yet, Reinhardt. Like, look at this. The Patriots were ready. This linebacker knows what's up. Kmet can't quite hold his block. We'll get there. But Fields toting the pill just makes him miss right there. A nice little stutter step, breakout. And he beats him. It's the underneath defender that Mooney couldn't quite block that ushers Fields out of bounds. But all the same, Fields picks up a healthy 4 yards on zone read. Like, it's contained, censored, but when you thought you got him and he still gets a healthy, first down play, that sucks as a defense. Yeah, forget what I said at Kusai. Kmet held that block just fine, and I'm being a hater. What can I say? Hating's what I do. But so it's wild to watch the way that Fields' athleticism affects defenders. 4 yards and doesn't get hit. Healthy and safe. Exactly. It was a spy, Reinhardt. I can't tell if it was a spy or a scrape, but a spy makes a lot more sense when you look at it that way. All the same, he beats the spy, which, hey, how uncommon is that? It's not that uncommon when your quarterback is extremely athletic, but all the same, it puts that little bit of extra pressure. And now we are at literally, this is the worst play of Fields' game. This one's the worst, okay? Bears are running dragon. if I had to guess, they're running dragon to both sides, right? It's as easy as it gets. 1, 2. If you don't like the slant, then you throw the flat. And we like the slant. Now, why doesn't Fields throw it? There's an element of you tell me. Fields takes the snap. That's it. Equanimeous St. Brown is clearing this linebacker. We dot this ball. We gotta. This is as open as Dragon's going to get. Fields is even thinking about it. Step in, throw it. Instead, he takes a look outside. Kmet isn't looking for it, right? Which, hey, that happens. And then Judon beats Borum, and Fields gets hit. But we talked about this last week with a basic in. Now we're looking at it again. It's still ESB, interestingly enough, that keeps running all these slants. We got to throw this. I don't know whether it was another wet ball problem. I don't know whether it was a grip issue because it's a short throw. Whatever is going on, if there's something Fields has got to figure out, it is his utter hate relationship with West Coast offense, because this is a fine play call. And for as much as, like Reinhardt said, 5 guys in the league can do this, I could probably find you 35 quarterbacks, if not more, in the NFL right now, including backup quarterbacks, that will throw this ball and complete this pass. It's not a hard play. When we talk on this channel about Fields making the easy things look hard, this is easy, and Fields makes it look awfully difficult to throw through a linebacker. And like you're saying, Joe, I mean, it is hard to grip the laces. And that's part of why I'm thinking maybe Fields didn't throw this ball because the ball, like if you wanted to be as excuse-oriented as possible, maybe he didn't throw it because, again, let me circle it all. It is so crazy wet out here. It never stopped raining, that maybe Fields didn't feel comfortable enough throwing this ball without it potentially spraying literally anywhere. I mean, it's possible, right? But I'm not able, as an analyst that is attempting to show us fans how well Fields did or didn't play, to give him that benefit of the doubt, right? Because this is as timing throw gets. The ball's got to come out. And so it doesn't. Bears take a sack. Sucks. So it's 3rd and 17, and the drive should be over, right? Let me see. No, it's not quite. God, he loses 14 yards on this play. That is bananas. But so, no, I don't think Fields had it looks like Fields doesn't have the laces. He shuffles for the laces a little bit. There's a chance, just looking at this here, that Fields takes the snap, tries to find the laces, and feels like he's late, and that's what drives his decision. But all the same, like, it's a repeat thing. It's got to be a minus because we know it's a problem. I hope that it changes in drier conditions, right? But we don't have any Ace. Good to see you. We don't have any evidence that it has yet. You got to just ding him for a minus. But hey, can we just point out that it's now 3rd and 17, and when you make a mistake in the NFL, like, Drew, I hear you, but we don't have to. We can give Fields a minus for that last play, because when you make a mistake in the NFL, if you want to keep your job, you got to find a way to earn it back. And Fields does way more than that. I mean, let me just go ahead and use the power of the clicker to my advantage here. Covered. Nothing's here, right? Like, you've got a double bracket on this receiver. You've got 2 flies down the field. They're not here. You've got pressure coming at you. Fields considers the check down. I like that he's thinking about the check down, but lol, Kmet is definitely not open. And then Fields just works some magic. He doesn't like break 3 tackles, right? But he jumps right through the pocket and is able to create a huge play with his feet that I don't think there are a lot of guys that can do this. And Fields is doing this so consistently now that it's nothing but amazing. I mean, look at this. Mustafa's guy gets through. He gets through so cleanly that when Fields in the pocket shakes and bakes him, What? How many people can do that? Like, I mean, Mustafa basically says, "Oh, after you. Like, yeah, no worries. No, you go for it, man. Like, you take it. Go for it." And Fields jukes the defensive lineman completely out of his shoes and then jump cuts past, who's that? Michael Schofield. And then keeps his balance, beats a DB in a foot race, and wow. I thought this was good in the first place, but wow. I completely agree with you, John. Like, the funny part is 35 quarterbacks make the last play, and then on this play, I think 35 quarterbacks take sacks. Like, this is crazy. Everybody mentioned the Jenkins finish. I want to just make sure we take some time to appreciate. Ooh, everybody just look here. Boom. Jenkins played with force. Jenkins played mad, and I loved it. Like, he's getting better and better and better at guard. He destroys people. He's infectious. And man, how fun is that? One thing that I will say that is a bit obnoxious. So, Getsy gives, Getsy takes away, right? If there's something that Getsy takes away, it's that there are a lot of these routes that are just outrageously long developers, right? Where watch how long it takes for any of these routes to be viable options, right? Whereas we take the snap, Fields is going to take a look at the safety because the safety is going to tell him where to go with the ball. It's 3rd and 17. It's not that there's no play call that works for this. It's that there's not a lot, right? And so as Fields takes a look, he's considering this just a little bit, but he really wants Mooney on the deep over, and it's just not there. You got an underneath defender. You've got an on-receiver defender. You've got a safety sitting the route. Like, it's not there. Like you're mentioning, Reinhardt, it's 9-8-9. They've been running 9-8-9 and 9-7-9 all game. Which I like. I mean, great stuff when it came to vertical, or like great vertical attack play. I think that that's something that works really well with Fields. Make sure you like the stream if you're enjoying the stream. Helps the channel a lot. Helps me know that I'm doing a good job. I appreciate you. But so within this, Fields wants it. He doesn't get it. But all the same, man, oh man, magic. I could not believe Fields converted this. I was laughing out loud with my dad and brother. Like, really, really crazy. But so, I agree with you, Zai. They're definitely trying to utilize his deep ball. But it is bananas. Bananas watching Fields play like this. Because there are just not a lot of guys who can do that. Wow. I mean, just wild talent. Definitely watch some. If nobody's getting open anyways, at least all the defenders run off and we get beautiful scrambles. I mean, yeah, Grant, like, that's part of why his passing numbers don't bother me, because nothing was open there, right? Like, we should be able to fuse the yards together, even if it's just for our own emotions, because that's a huge play and it shows up as not a pass, right? But so, let's see. Next up, we've got just 1st and 10. Nothing here. This one's so weird, right? Because there's nothing here on this play. It's like you've got an out paired with a corner, which I believe that's like Sale, and Fields wants the corner because he thinks that they might be in cover 2, and this corner does a fabulous job of dropping off of it with the nickel playing flat defender. Patriots cover this up really well, right? Like, This is really good defense, and maybe if you sniped on the sidelines, you could catch this guy. But I don't blame Fields for coming out of the pocket, and it's not a bad play call either. Censored. The problem here is that we mentioned earlier that the ball is wet. If you were watching the game, because I don't get the close-up angle and the tight angle doesn't help on this one, Fields literally just drops the ball. Like in this you want to talk about how the conditions continue to remind us viewers that like Fields is struggling in the wet and that the plays that we're getting are frankly more surprising than some of these plays where things go awfully wrong. Like this is not because Elon, like, I get you. He does knock it out with his knee. I mean, I hear you guys, but all the same, like, you can't fumble in this scenario. I'm going to give it to conditions, but okay. You guys all mention it hitting his leg. I concede it must have hit his leg, but it's still not good. Like, you got to probably hold the ball a little higher. Ooh, let's see if we get a decent angle. I don't think we do. Yeah, it looks like it hits his knee right there. So you probably got to hold the ball a bit bigger. But you can't drop the ball 4 times in a game, and a 14-yard loss that comes from that is a bad. But it's funny because I don't mind Fields' read. I don't mind Fields working outside the pocket. I think Fields reacts to pressure really well. Guys, there was a day and age where this was an instant sack. Right? I mean, there was a day and age where tons of these were instant sacks. Like, Jenkins has the worst play of his game where he gives 92 a nice shove and then just gets, like, big upped by 58, who knocks him on his butt, and Borum can't hold on to him. So, not good. But Fields is able to get out and just about avoids the sack before apparently forcing a fumble by himself. So there's tons of this stuff that, like, I hear you. Like, when censored, when you say fumbles are my main worry with Justin Fields, like, not mine. Maybe if fumbles maintain, or if fumbles stay a huge problem, I hear you. But the main thing that I know I'm looking at when I think about Fields when it comes to fumbling is that right now Fields has spun out of so many sacks that also broken tackles in the pocket that I think that ultimately the value add Fields is bringing as a runner is well worth the amount of times that he's fumbled and certainly picked the ball back up. Slim Jim, if your main worry is injury, exactly, Reinhardt. Like, fumbles can be fixed. Fumbles are a real thing that can be fixed. The Bears then call quarterback draw. It's 2nd and 24, and I love this call because nobody, and this is the most important part, right? So here is the line to gain. When you line up in empty like this, especially when you've never done it before this season, this screams pass. What are you going to do? Who cares? Like, it looks like it could probably be like 2 curls with a post over the top, a dig route, and a go, or something like that. It doesn't really matter. The point is that the defense is going to play this like it's 2nd and 24, which is helpful because the Bears can take 10 free yards off of a quarterback draw. Fields doesn't even take a hit. Quick slide. Ball down right here. But it's 3rd and 15 instead of 3rd and 24, which is huge. I think these kinds of plays are what the Bears offense desperately needed because they're forcing the defense to not only, Akusai, like you mentioned, not only does this help the Bears get into field goal range without anything particularly crazy, but also it forces Dallas, it forces Miami, it forces Detroit, it forces anybody who watches this tape, Elon, get the hammer out, to honor the fact that on literally any play, Fields is a threat to run this ball. Not on accident, right? Not just on scrambles. And also remember, we're at the end of the half, right? So this one, I'm really sad about. I have bad news for everybody. The All-22 team screwed this one up. We get a penalty, and then we get a back look at Fields' sweet completion. So I may need to go digging and see if I can't find a better way to see whatever this was. But it's sweet. 3rd and 16, Fields takes a look on this side. All I can really do is narrate the context, I guess. But Fields takes a look, rolls his way out, thinks about Harry, doesn't love it, throws on the move to an open enough Mooney. Whoo! Awfully nice. Bang. Love it. Mooney did get 3 feet down. But so this is, 3rd and 16, easier than 3rd and 2. I love the way that Fields' quick look right here. As he looks over this way, you get the cornerback on the inside moving just open enough, and then he snaps his head outside, makes a throw. The throw's even a little bit wobbly, but Mooney's able to pull it down. You'll love it. I mean, you really love to see it. Is it EQ open in the end zone? No, and it's because you see 13 right here. This is where the clicker can be so complicated sometimes because it looks like, oh, shoot, is St. Brown open? Nah, the throw's been in flight, and 13's been charging up to go get there. And so that stuff happens all the time. So Bears convert, and I had never thought about this, by the way, but so the Bears are going to encounter a defensive holding. I want to open a conversation. Do you guys think it would be a cool rule change and a rule change you would like, or do you think it would be a stupid rule change? I think if you take a defensive holding or a defensive pass interference penalty in the end zone, the team that accepts the penalty should have the option to reset the clock to 10 seconds. What do you think? Because the Bears are about to encounter a defensive holding call. I'll play the tape while we talk about this. That is going to take all the time away. It's going to leave them with 1st and 5 at the 5-yard line with not enough time to actually run the play. Because I agree with you, Grant. Like, I like the idea of adding 10 seconds, but part of me thinks if you take the penalty, instead of an untimed down, simply resetting the clock to 10 seconds, make sure that you can't necessarily, what would you call it? Like, you can't jimmy the rules, right? You can't find some kind of way to suddenly add yourself 40 seconds. It's a way to simulate an untimed down to say, okay, you get 10 seconds, so you have enough time to run a play, and then you also have a time, or like the ability to, you don't have enough time to run a play and then kick if you don't like it. Because Reinhardt, I hear you. Like, it is a loophole, but it would mean every penalty has to reset the clock. I actually don't mind. I think that the idea that penalties are ever smart, per se, is a little weird, in my opinion. I call it just 100% my take, right? But I love the idea of penalties in the end zone should be an unequivocal bad. But that's just my 2 cents. Because like you're saying, Zai, it's fair, but more plays means more chance at injury. You're right. I just don't love the idea that Kmet in a one-on-one situation gets held here, and that's the smart play, right? I think that offensive holding being a 10-second runoff also makes sense because it's like offensive holding, which is a wasted play, and in time wasting still wastes time. But then if memory serves, offensive holding is also a runoff. More than anything, I'm just thinking, yeah, exactly, John. It's the opposite of a 10-second runoff. And Ace, I hear you about how flag happy the league already is. It is just strange to me that in committing defensive holding, the Patriots basically make the stop instead of the Bears getting the opportunity to throw into the, or to at least attempt a play that they were supposedly rewarded with. But that's just my opinion. One question that I will ask, what do you guys think about this? So the Bears are going to run, I don't remember what it's called. It's like a double ins with an out, but it's usually an over. So double in with an over to Darnell Mooney. And I'm just going to hit you with the freeze frame, and you tell me. Throw, no throw. Fields looking at it. That's not the question, right? We are all aware of what's going on. You've got a defensive back over the top that isn't in the play. You've got a defensive back underneath that is in the play. This defensive back is falling off. And so theoretically, if you don't throw this ball with, say, perfect touch, especially if you try to throw this ball to a spot, this defender might get there. But like you're saying, Reinhardt, I actually think that this is a tight one because you could throw it, and there are some quarterbacks that could throw it and complete this, but it's tight. Like, I don't hate Fields being cautious in these scenarios because this is where things get so complicated, right? Is do you throw? Do you not throw? Could you throw this? Maybe. Like, And Nick Foles against the Falcons. Yeah, exactly. Just like ripping, man. If I like Ace, the idea of if Mooney was 6'5", sure. Honestly, not a bad thought. It's funny, Slim Jim, you mentioned he should scramble. That's what Fields chooses to do. And when Fields does, can we just give some credit? Because CJ, you say one day he'll throw it. I actually don't hate that Fields worked a scramble, and now he's got Cole Kmet one-on-one in the end zone. And in a world where, whether this is Cole Kmet, whether this is the next Travis Kelce, whatever you think this is, now you've got your tight end one-on-one with tons of space. So it's not like Fields not taking the throws that he maybe might make is always a bad thing, right? Like, it's interesting to me, the dichotomy of how, because Fields doesn't throw it, I actually think he scrapes open a better option for himself, and then he puts the ball in the end zone. Kmet got held. Kmet kind of just stops instead. Like, he gets held to the point of, I guess, not competing anymore, but whatever. But so it's a good play. Overall, it's a play that if there wasn't 11 seconds on the clock, I think I would be even less disappointed about it. I'm not really even all that disappointed in the first place. Like, it's a play that I'm okay with. It's just a really interesting one because Reinhardt mentioned throw. Some people in here mentioned throw. But I find it really intriguing watching Fields because he easily could have thrown it. If he throws it especially on time, like right on time, I don't know how much that defender gets involved. It's a tough throw to stop if you fade it out into the end zone a little bit. But like you're mentioning, but like Fields creates a play anyways. I do think that there's a lot of this, just so that everybody can hear my opinion, so to speak, that Fields' timing right now is not particularly great. I mean, he looks young. I mean, that kind of thing will happen. But I think there's a lot of rules that Fields breaks that end up creating moments that you as a fan, and I'm sure even his coaches go, no, 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 yes, 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 keep going, yes, 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 yes. And that's the dichotomy we got to live and die with, right? Is Fields passed on a throw that might have been there and found, I think, a throw that was easier to make. The Bears end up with a positive result. A penalty is about as good as it gets, necessarily. And so it's interesting watching Fields, breaking him down every week, just because the more I watch him, the more that I think that, exactly, Reinhardt, like the more that I watch Fields, the more that I think that there is some of this stuff that we almost just have to evaluate it from a results perspective sometimes on, okay, so Fields didn't do the traditional thing. He did this instead, and he was rewarded for it because he's super athletic. Like, that's the player he's going to be for a little bit. Josh Allen breaks a lot of quarterback rules. Pat Mahomes breaks almost every quarterback rule in the book on a weekly basis. He's just mind-bendingly good. Justin Herbert broke a ton of rules from quarterback perspective in his rookie and his sophomore year in particular, right? So as Fields grows, I don't think we're going to ever look at him. Reinhardt, you mentioned like you could be critical and make the same errors in Madden. I think that there are a lot of things that theoretically, if you could fuse Nick Foles and Justin Fields together, you'd have a heck of a player. But if you didn't fuse them together, you're just growing Fields slowly but surely. There are a lot of there are a ton of players that we would look at. I mean, Joe, let me find it. There are a ton of these players that would do a lot of the things that we're commenting on well, but they might not do the things that Fields does near as well. Because like you're mentioning, like you can break rules if you get the production. Without the production, you're just a bad quarterback. Agreed, John. The other thing worth mentioning is that Fields has converted, what do you guys think, 12, 15 first downs this year that all the quarterbacks that we're mentioning would have just never converted, right? And so as long as Fields stays in this, I don't know, offensive style where he's only attempting a dragon slant once per game and then he misses it, that's fine because it's not 5, it's not 10, right? Clearly Fields hasn't shown that he's so good at that dragon slant in practice that Getsy calls 10 of them for him and he misses them all. Like, that's horrible, right? Instead, Fields is missing one of them and then he's making 3 plays in a game like this. It hasn't been every game. But in a game like this, Fields is making more plays than he's missing, which is all you can ask for out of your young quarterback. His success rate this week was like 61%. That's great. It was top 10 for the week. It's when you want to get excited about Justin Fields. Like, I do think, let's see, is there any two quarterbacks that if you combined, they wouldn't be average or better? If you combined Andy Dalton and Nick Foles, they fundamentally wouldn't change. But then again, if you got Nick Foles' brain with even just ever so slightly average Andy's athleticism, maybe they would get better. That's a good point. Ace, I will warn you, I wouldn't take any of the college quarterbacks coming out over Fields as of now. Not done with my film review, but Fields' ceiling is so high. I don't know, man. Like, I'm okay, this isn't me dunking on Fields, but just to make sure that we're really all talking football, right? We did the same dance with Mitch a couple years ago where we said, okay, come on. The 2018, what was it? It was Baker Mayfield, Josh Allen, Josh Rosen, and Sam Darnold, who I still cannot believe. Like, gracious. I never liked Sam Darnold. Fight me. But so that quarterback class, I remember everybody specifically going out of their way to say, I would take Mitch over any of those guys. And you may not have Ace, but plenty did. I also really like Justin Fields. Let me be plain. The main thing that I look at with Fields is that Fields' talent is obvious. But look at JT O'Sullivan. JT loves Justin Fields. JT's initial statement in his video was finally an offense built for Justin Fields. And it is like a hybrid college offense that I just don't think will work forever. Can I be blunt? Like, this offense is so much 1-2 man reads, right? Where you go 1-2 and then maybe you get to your check down, right? That's fine for now. And it's not that every quarterback ultimately needs to turn into like 1, 2, 3, 4 reads, right? Let's be clear about what we do and don't expect from our quarterback. But eventually, Fields needs to like develop timing, and he doesn't have it right now. And so we've got to see Fields grow within that. I think this offense will help him develop timing. He's looking better and better and better every week. I really believe that. We can say quarterback growth isn't linear all we want to, but it's just unsurprising to say, it's unsurprising to see the way that Fields is getting closer and closer and closer to the player that we want him to be. He had a good game against the Giants compared to the way his season was going. He took a step forward against Minnesota. Against Washington, he didn't have a great game, but we graded him. He ended up +3 overall. And then this game, he did a lot more right than he did wrong. Michael Allman, I am not saying that Fields has never gone to his fourth read. We know. Like, it's more that there's a lot of these little timing pieces that I think help an offense get better overall, that Fields, as his talent improves, but also as he improves himself, he's going to, he should take steps forward on, which I think is fun. Let's see. Peyton himself admitted that his rookie year, he was hoping his first read was open because he didn't know where his next reads were. AKS, exactly. I mean, we are putting, to some degree, too much on Justin Fields. And I think a lot of that's because all of us understand the stakes. If Fields has a horrible season of some kind, then if the Bears are picking 3, how confident are you that Fields will turn it around? But within this structure, I do think patience will be a virtue. Fields, to me, look dangerous in this game. And as a young quarterback, all I want to see is that Fields looks like a quarterback that you can win because of, whether that's because the scheme around him builds him up or whether it's because he's that dude. I think that sometimes those are indistinguishable, right? For as much as Patrick Mahomes does kooky, crazy things, can we all be honest that Reid's scheme features everything he's good at, right? Like, yes, Patrick Mahomes makes 1 to 2 crazy plays a game. There are also a whole bunch of drives where Patrick Mahomes just looks like he pitched the ball to Mecole Hardman or tossed the ball to Travis Kelce in the end zone or launched the ball downfield to Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Like, there are all kinds of plays that we see in the Chiefs offense, just to pick one, right? Where Josh Allen looks incredible just based on the way that offense is set up, because the offense makes him look that crazy. But Mahomes, who's my favorite quarterback in the NFL right now, Geno Smith, honestly, let's go through a couple more because we can. Kirk Cousins, Derek Carr, a lot of these quarterbacks, the offense also makes them look better because their talent is such that the offense can push the boundary of what other offenses can do. Let me put it this way, okay? Are all these designed runs necessarily Fields excelling like past the play call? Not normally, right? But the fact that they can call that play at all is an edge that other teams can't, right? Like, let me see. Like, it's when you can't. Oh man, I'm trying to think. Like, what did Drex say? Drex said, if you look at Peyton's, Brady's first year, all their stats look very similar to Fields. It gets weird when you talk about like 2020 versus like 2020 stats, Drex, versus like 2000 stats. But like, we're not just going to Tua, are we? MJ Beckett, expand on what you mean. We're going to get back into film study here in a little bit. I hope you guys don't mind just like the analysis, the podcast kind of vibe. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. But so the main thing that I look at with Fields that I want to see going forward is him continuing to develop, him getting a little better. What I loved about this game is that the Bears schematically didn't just look like a crappy offense, right? In many games, they have trotted out an offense that looked like a budget Green Bay offense that Fields was barely able to run, partially because the offensive line couldn't block, partially because the receivers couldn't get open, partially because he was incredibly unfamiliar with it and lacked a lot of that natural timing. This offense that the Bears trotted out against the Patriots took advantage of the fact that they like to play 5 down, because if you get to the edges, that's 5 players that just get washed out of the play. But at the same time, I mean, there's also a lot to the idea of the way that Fields is played in this game that forced all 11 players to defend a lot more grass. And I think that's really core, because when every single play becomes, okay, we got to make sure Fields doesn't just run on us, it can open up more seams so that, say, this safety suckers up a little bit more, and suddenly it's N'Keal Harry running like deep, and Fields ideally getting the ball to him. Let's get back into film study because it's the second half. Score is 14-20 at this stage. I want to point out that not only did the Bears get the ball back, right? But also they continued to pile on points. I think there's something really beautiful about the fact that you can't just say that the Bears scored in bursts and that was it. You can only look at this Bears offense and say that they had not 1, not 2, not 3, but 6 successful drives on the day. They had a ton of drives where they got into scoring range, which continued to put a little bit more pressure on the Patriots with every given drive. I think that matters, right? Like, as evaluators, that's something for us to get excited about, sure. But also, we, like, censored, I hear you about broke 30, but, like, let's segment everything out from a situational perspective. The Bears did not play boom or bust. They were efficient enough to continually crank into the scoring area of the field. And then when they got there, Fields, and we've talked about a little bit of this, but we're definitely going to see it in this back part as Fields starts to build on a lead, where Fields played smart situational football and at times gave up on the opportunity to play hero ball so that the Bears could maintain a decent field goal and take points away from the drive. It was really good. Like, it was a nice step forward. I think that's the core, right? Is Fields all the way there? Guys, can we be honest? Let's say, flash forward. This is the Fields that you have in 4 years. He's a guy that can play fairly efficient football, but he struggles with timing. He's pretty fast, but, you know, his athleticism starting to fade a little bit. Like, is that the Fields that you want? Probably not. Is that, like, if that was it, is that enough? Not necessarily, but it's a great step forward. It's something that had to happen if you were going to ever get there, if that makes sense. And I think that's really what's worth getting excited about. Let's get into the second half so that we can really start talking about it. So, because there's more. There's plenty more. Elon, get him. So, let's see. It's another zone style toss. It's nothing crazy. Like, I like it. Akusai saying just Herbert things. Kmet in particular, I think everybody steps out, but Kmet needs to turn his guy inside, and he does. Everybody else, Braxton Jones has been super, super consistent when he's in space. I mean, he looks like, dare I say, one of literally the best left tackles in football, where once he gets out of the the tackle box. Credit to Kari Blasingame, who makes a nice little play right there to at least create some kind of a block, and the Bears pick up an easy 4 yards. Gotta love it, right? Like, I appreciate the Bears' ferocity, by the way, on continuing to try to attack the outside of the formation. I mean, remember, the Patriots are playing almost every single down, 5 down. Why attack that way, right? The edges are open. You got to go. Like, Akusai, thank you for saying that, because this is really core, right? Because at this point, one of the things that I think is really fun is that you could see the Bears offense recognize, okay, we've got 5 guys in the immediate vicinity. That means there's a lot of room on these edges, and they just aggressively hit the edges. You can't just run inside zone all game. Yes, balance, I get it, but balance doesn't have to look like that, you know? Balance can look like hit them where they're weak consistently, and the Bears did. So then the Bears are going to run another RSO. They get Mooney out here. They've got numbers, right? They got 1, they got 2, they got 3 coming back at Mooney. The only problem? Ooh. Bad. But thank you, Akusai, because it is my legitimate belief that this is just continuing to hammer home. It is gross out there, and Justin Fields can barely grip the football. I don't think that Fields is unable to throw these balls. BG, thank you for mentioning that. Is it footwork? Is it arm accuracy? Okay, guys, every time the Bears play a game, they will show a stat that says that Fields is without a doubt the highest this year in like uncatchable balls. And all I keep thinking about is plays like these, because the Bears have played 6 out of 7 games in the rain. Like, the Bears have been in wet conditions more than anybody in football at this point. And surprise, surprise, you get a lot of these junky clunkers because everybody else is playing a sunny day football with a nice dry piece of leather. And Fields, who's stated openly that he hates, he stated openly that he hates the fact that, hates playing in the rain, is playing in the rain all the time. Look, I'm not saying that it's going to get immeasurably better. I'm not trying to sit here and pretend like the Chicago Bears are about to have a quarterback that throws 72% completion percentage. What I am saying is that past a certain point, you got to wonder if when we started the year saying Fields can barely grip the ball in the rain, and here in the end, Fields is struggling to make quick throws like that maybe the proof is right there in front of us, and then it turns out Fields still can't really grip the ball in the rain. But so, anyways, this is where Fields drops the ball. Whoopsie. Like, slipped out of his hand once, slips out of his hand again, but Fields makes a really nice little play. So, here's the thing. Did he get lucky or not? Right? Rob is not a redhead. When you watch this play, because the Bears ran 58% of their motion, they're going to run what's called a yo-yo motion, right? Which is what it sounds like. You yo, and then you yo right back. It is when you go from a spot to exactly the same spot, but you motioned enough that you see the defense anyways. What does this look like to you guys? Because the obvious cue that the Patriots are giving Fields and the rest of the Bears offense is that they're probably in man, especially considering that you've got 3 matched up. You've got one matched up, and you've got single high. This looks like very obvious cover one, right? And so because of that, when Fields drops this football, he takes a look down the field because he knows Kmet should be there. But when he sees them tied up, Fields makes his post read instantly, realizes it's man, and says, "Screw it. You know what? I'm just gonna run the ball. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna be fine." And he does. Got to give him some mental credit for this. Physical mistake, dropping the football. Duh. Mental mistake, no. Mental check mark. Understanding the situation. It's 3rd and down. Go get there. It's putting out his own fire a little bit. Don't get me wrong. But also, it's a nice mental play. And hey, Elon's kind of mentioning it. Had Fields held on to the football, oh boy, Mooney toasts his guy. That's as open as Mooney has literally been all season long, which is sweet. So it's fun to see him start to get there, but it's nice to also see that when things went wrong, Fields maintained his composure and was able to keep a drive going that I think there are a lot of quarterbacks that had they dropped this football, they would have just literally dove on it. We've seen a lot of guys do that already, where they just jive on the ball and move on over. Next drive, but not Fields. He picks up the ball, he goes and makes it work. That's great. Let's see. This is what Tice talked about. The defense also gives false motion. They do at times, and it's sweet when they do. But in this case, they were pretty honest. There have been plenty of times, it looks to me visually like the Patriots are about to drop into a zone, but that didn't mean that the nickel corner wasn't just following Kmet. So here on 1st and 10, the Bears threw a ton of motion at the Patriots. Yeah, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not about to hand the ball off. Pettis gets downfield. About the easiest 30 yards you're going to see, right? Now, I love this because the Bears have been doing this all game, right? We talked about this very early in the stream, and it really was a while ago. Sorry about that, guys. No, I'm not. You guys love it. But so the Bears do a good job. Not a great job. It's not quite a Patrick Mahomes job, but it's a good job of, at this point, sorry, I got distracted because I saw somebody mention that the Patriots defenders were demoralized, and that made me happy. But so the Bears do a good job, not a great job, but a good job of timing up enough of their normal runs where they don't get the handoff, and that means that when they do nail the handoff, a lot of these defenders don't see it coming. The only guy that does is 27, and can we give Equanimeous St. Brown his flowers a little bit, because he runs right to his spot, takes 31 with him, and just seals this run. As soon as ESB hits that block right there, zoom. Now, it's funny you mentioned that blind squirrel. I think Pettis got hurt. You mentioned that he needs to finish for contact, but also if you watch right here, he pulls up, and I can't help but wonder, what if he had already gotten hurt at that point? I don't know. Hard to say, but that definitely looked like a runner that was getting what he could out of the run and then just went, oh gosh, oh man. All right. So I got to go sit down. But so I don't know what happened, but I will say this is a sweet play. It's a simple play, but it's a sweet play because once you've got Fields playing scary as a runner, now you got to worry about the run. You got to worry about a counterback run coming the other direction where Herbert would take the handoff and come right over there. You would need to worry about the jet sweep coming this way. You need to worry about Fields just pulling it back and throwing the football. There's a lot of problems that you as a defense have to deal with. And the Patriots, I think it was Censored mentioned earlier, they looked like a defense that didn't have the answer. So BG mentions, hey, Rob, how does Mustipher know exactly when to time this snap? The simple answer is he listens to Fields. Hut, boom. So it's Fields that has to pay attention. right? You could see Fields peeking, like he's watching this way. So he knows the way that this exact kind of, like he knows when this needs to be timed because you can see him ask for the snap when the man hits Kmet from a landmark perspective, and he does. Boom. Drex, we sure can. That was sweet. We'll get the chance to, but yeah, it's just practice, practice, practice. And it's nice because it's the little things like this that make the Bears offense, who is starting Dante Pettis, love him, but like when you're starting low talent, you got to get your details right. That's something that I think that Nagy showed us very clearly over the last couple of years. Don't you think? Is that when you're under talented in any fashion, you got to do all your little things right if you're going to score. And I think this Patriots defense was more talented than the guys across from them. They lost because they got outcoached, which I love. I really do. I love seeing the Bears outcoach the guys across from them because you got to take it. So then I think, is this a false start? No, this isn't a false start. This is just Khalil Herbert stealing a guy's soul. I love this stuff. Like Herbert. So I'm going to show you the hole, and you may not love it quite so much, but Herbert gets vertical, breaks his way, puts his hand on a guy's face, and says, "Give me some of that," and leaps forward for like 5 yards. Then you get behind, and I mean, like, okay. So I understand power of the clicker. I know. But like, do, and it doesn't get better. Ooh. I understand Herbert's already just about turning, but like, yeah, the linebacker's involved. I get it, but it is a big risk to take a run that's supposed to hit this way or like blocking out like that and then immediately cut it all the way to the other side. But hey, that's fine. Like, Khalil makes a great play out of it. Love a good stiff arm. Stiff arms are super fun. Zai, I'm curious as to what you think or like why you don't think so. So I'm not trying to say it was open for a touchdown. I'm trying to say it was open to plunge into and take the 5 yards. But that's just my 2 cents. CJ, you're probably right. More than likely anyways. But so then 2nd and 5. This one's sweet. Yes. So rain's really starting to come down, if you can't tell, because you're barely going to be able to see this play, right? But so what we get here is a nice little 1-2-3 read out of 2 receivers, where you've got Equinemius right there. You've got Cole Kmet going way down the field, right? And this read is going to be the first option. This read is going to be the second option. And then this read is the third option again. You come back to it, right? So you go 1 to 2 to 3, and Fields does. And it's nice and easy. And I love the fact that they keep Herbert here on the end. So it's not a naked bootleg because you've got this running back covering it. So it's 90. It's like a defensive end at this point, like 90 something. 100% Zai. More than anything, I'm pointing out that it took a stiff arm to get 5 yards instead of just putting your head down and plunging. But anyways, back to it. So if this is a defensive end and he's got Equinemius covered up, Fields then like snaps that little pump fake. You can barely see it, but he gives it a little bit of juice. Boom, right there. Looks up at Cole Kmet, who's running the corner route. He's not open either because you've got this corner falling off and this safety ranging over. So they're about to seal that up. So Fields comes back to it, makes a nice snappy throw that we saw him not do in the preseason. Hey, maybe there's a little bit of growth there. And I mean, come on. Don't you love it when your quarterback makes the easy things look easy? Don't you love it when he takes what's in front of him? Like, does Fields look off EQ slightly? Wouldn't surprise me, because right here he takes a good bit of extra time to get his defender to turn his shoulders like this. And then he snaps the throw, boom, and moves on. That's actually pretty nice. Like, all the superstar stuff Fields does is especially effective when he does little things like this. Because when you make easy look easy, I mean, Reinhardt, I know you're sitting there loving this one because we've talked about a lot of the finer things of quarterback play and stuff like this, but you're moving defenders in front of you. You're basically gonna, any play where the quarterback, especially an athletic quarterback, can leave the defense saying, "Dadgummit, how do we let that up?" Right? It's sweet because those are plays that defenders just start to lose a little bit of morale, feel like they don't have an answer for, and it's easy looking, right? It looks like anybody should be able to do it, but like AKS is kind of saying, there are some quarterbacks that just don't have that mobility. And wait, Mooney look off in this one. Let me see. Oh, like this next one. Let me see. Oh, the Mooney look off from earlier. Yeah, no, it's great. Big time. Right, exactly, Grant. One man's cheap is another man's functional. Loved it. So then the Bears take a false start. Can we point out how fun it was that for the majority of the game, 5-yard penalties didn't suddenly start to feel like a straight-up drive killer? Now this one, they do. But that's neither here nor there, right? So now it's 1st and 15. And the Bears get what looks like man for a zone read. This is Fields' worst read of the day. Read, anyways. Let's see. Have to disagree with you there with the talent term. You don't beat a team by almost 20 if you don't have the talent. Melanated, that's where things get so complicated in the world of the NFL, because it's like, am I trying to say that Equanimeous St. Brown isn't talented? Equanimeous St. Brown is so much better a football player than I am. Of course. Don't ask me to stand up. I will embarrass myself. I am a pretty diminutive person, you know? At the same time, what if I just told you that the Patriots have, can we agree to disagree and call it like the Patriots defense has achieved much stronger results so far this year than the Bears offense? Generally speaking, the team that the Bears beat is better. Like, there's an any given Sunday aspect of the NFL that makes discussion hard to talk about sometimes, but at the same time, Duke Shelley is not going to be able to cover Travis Kelce because of a talent piece of that's not there. I don't disagree with where you're coming from. If I sound like I'm being forceful, like I'm not trying to say you're wrong, because I don't think you are. Like, talking about talent differential there, like Dante Pettis is actually quite talented. Darnell Mooney is quite talented. There are a lot of players on the Bears that are quite talented. They just haven't. They just, it's not like, oh, they just don't have it tapped in. It's more like there's a what do you call it? Like, there's a base level that DK Metcalf is going to perform at, and it's probably a little bit better than what Dante Pettis is going to give you, even if Dante Pettis, again, is a dramatically better football player than I am. ISM, way better football player than I am, and he's cut. So it's weird talking about this, because I hear you talking about how EQ doesn't have the productivity necessarily, or hasn't had the opportunity, but I also don't think that EQ has the speed that a lot of 6'5" guys do. And that's part of what takes his opportunity away, is because there are a lot of routes that he just won't win on, right? I don't think it's as simple as just saying, well, they just haven't had the opportunity. Like, EQ is getting open when he's left open. He's not really getting open because he's winning on route running. But I digress. That's just like a more diatribe about like the higher points of football. Like Reinhardt says, these guys' talents are within 10% of each other, but that 10% can be awfully large when you look at the difference between George Kittle and Cole Kmet, to use an example. It's not that I hate Cole Kmet. It's that George Kittle pops off the page for a reason. Mark Andrews, why is he so open all the time? Like, what makes him so talented? It's legitimately hard to know sometimes, but he is, and he's one of the most productive tight ends in football because he's really good. And so that 10% makes a big difference. Back to the breakdown. So this is Fields' worst read of the day, as 51 is going to clearly surf the edge to try to take this ball away from Fields. Give it away. Like JT O'Sullivan called it hero ball. I think that there's an element of that, but I also think there's an element of Fields hadn't had to hand it off all day. The defense had never adjusted to this one time. So I understand why Fields thought he might as well just play fast and keep the ball. He still gets 3 yards. It's not a sack. That could be worse, but it's not a great play. What I loved about this game overall is that a lot of Fields' bad plays, outside of the one that went off the dome that we all saw, the interception, a lot of Fields' bad plays didn't turn into cataclysmic drive killers. When your big mistake is a 3-yard loss, right? Let's see, he was living on, yeah, exactly, Reinhardt. But so, where Fields, I think, is improving is that a bad read isn't an interception. It's not an instant incompletion. It's a 3-yard gain. Boring, but a 3-yard gain. So then on this play, I don't quite know what Borum's doing here, if I may say so myself. He just runs straight into EQ's guy. He doesn't wrap around him to try to stop him. And then Tevin Jenkins doesn't get a great chip on 48. And so Herbert runs into a wall of humans and can't really move the pile from there. It's fine. Not every run's going to work. But I know when I looked at this the first time, I was like, Borum, what you doing, bud? Boom. Delivers a hit, but it's ineffective to the play. Happens. That's fine. Elon, how many likes are we at, by the way? Let's get a like check. But so then within this, yeah, you could, Super Uriel. But so I loved this play. It looks so simple, right? Fields just whizzing the ball. Maybe he gave him a chance. Maybe it was a deliberate throwaway. It doesn't really matter, because the main thing that I want to point out, the ball is at the 20, right? This is an extremely makeable field goal in the NFL, regardless of conditions. This is not. This is dicey. Fields understands within this moment that the score is 14-20. So add 3 and you get 23, obviously. And when you subtract 14 from 23, you get 9. 9 is a 2-possession score. I don't want to sit here and say, oh, wow, taking the field goal is amazing. I love field goals and not touchdowns. But situationally speaking, this is great. You need field goals here. You can't take a sack. So what the Bears have is it's a weird play call, if I may say so myself, where they've got Mooney on an out and up. They also have Kmet on an out, up, and back, like this. And so Fields is going to take the snap. He's going to see that the corner, he's mostly got Mooney, but you know what? If he bites down, then maybe we'll get him on the double move. Fields releases as soon as, that's not Mooney, is it? It's EQ. Man, I get them confused all the time because now EQ's wearing red shoes. It is that simple. Where Mooney wore red shoes and he was the only one for a little while. So I just got used to seeing red shoes and being like, that's Mooney. But EQ doesn't win on the out and up. I think he does probably need to throw a pump, Reinhardt. But what I really appreciated is that he throws this on time. He says, it's not open, and just puts it out of bounds. That's fine by me. Live to fight another down. Take the points. Smart quarterbacking. Situational, smart quarterbacking. Snap. Don't love it. Throw the ball away. And that is a much better result than some of the stuff. Now, could you go crazy and say he needs to check it down? Sure. But at that point, he threw it at 2.7 seconds. The time it takes for you to check it down to the running back adds, at least 0.4 seconds, and you might get sacked by then. And then, especially if you fumble, you've got something really problematic. It's third down. If you get in the end zone, great, but you don't need the end zone. Fields throws it out of bounds. I love it. Actually, from a process perspective, the sparkling plays are awesome. I will take the sparkling plays, but I'm not going to meat grind Fields over the fact that wasn't some completion or other, because getting rid of the ball under 3 seconds, throwing the ball where nobody's going to get him, and taking the field goal is a great way to do, that's a really great result within that situation. and I'm excited about it. But so now we move on a little bit. This one is, let me see. Can we get Adrian Amos back? So this one's funny because this is another one of those situations where we talk to ourselves and we say, Fields does the right thing. He does the right thing a little bit slowly. And some people aren't going to like it because he takes a hit because he does it a little bit slowly. Hang on. My mom's coming over so that my wife can watch, my wife can go to sleep, and then she'll watch Jonah for a little bit. So I'll step out for a moment in a little bit. But so Mooney is running a go. It looks like it's 9-8-9 again, though I don't remember quite what Kmet does here. But I know these two are just going to go vertical. And the Patriots are showing cover 3. I think Fields really wants Mooney to win down the field so that he can get a deep ball in. Which I am all about. Like, sure, that's great. But it's not actually open, which is a bummer. So Fields takes the snap. He looks down. He thinks about it. He thinks about it. He thinks about it. It's not really there. So then he rolls out and throws it away. He wants Fields. It looks like if you watch his arm right here, he wants Cole Kmet to turn up field so that he can try to throw a dime up the sideline. Well, so I hear you, Jordan. The problem is that he gets even at the 20-yard landmark, and that is deep, even for Justin Fields. I mean, you have to push that ball almost probably 75 yards in the air just to give Mooney something to run under. You can, but when you're winning by 9, you don't have to. So Fields rolls out, throws the ball away, and it's the throwaway is a little too close for comfort. But from a procedural perspective, this is so funny because the play looks ugly, but he looked at Mooney, didn't love it, rolled out, and threw the ball away. That's what we've been asking for, right? So the process actually works. Maybe speed it up a little bit in the future so that you don't get freaking drilled like we saw right there. But and maybe put the throwaway a little further out. But now that I think about it, I actually wonder whether he was even throwing it away. Like now I'm wondering whether he was actually trying to give Kmet a chance at the ball. Because, I mean, we're about to see later that he gives Kmet a chance at a certain ball down the stretch. But either way, I'm much happier seeing this because I don't feel like, okay, so I hate to call a guy out. When I watch Zach Wilson, I feel like I'm watching a guy who plays with a blindfold on sometimes. Zach occasionally looks like he has zero idea what he's looking at. From a defensive perspective, he's got no clue. Fields is not lost. He's a little behind sometimes. He's reading, but he's like, and I think it's really great. I mean, as a quarterback evaluator, I thought that there were a ton of points where, yeah, exactly. That's what you thought, John. But so because Jordan, I think Zach Wilson's super talented. Don't get me wrong, but I'm amazed when I watch specifically Wilson that I think that you see more than you see in a lot of quarterbacks what confusion looks like manifest, right? And Cassandra, I wish I could. Tickets are expensive to go to Bears games, and we just don't have the money because we just had a child. But so the point being that I think it's a good thing that we are looking at Fields see the field in front of him. His eyes go to the right place a lot. Dilfer's not lying, and he's not hamming that up when he talks about how Fields' eyes continue to go to the right place. But he does need to speed it up. We are also game to game, and I do think he's getting a little bit better. So for as good as Borum and Jenkins have been all game, this run they get kind of owned, right? And so that's fine. It happens occasionally. And I agree, sophisticated. But so let's see. No, I don't blame you. Let's see. Oh, 100% Jordan. I'll let you know. I'm in the Dallas area. But so censor, don't worry about it. We'll figure it out. Would I say who is seeing ghosts? Jets like Zach Wilson? You tell me. But so then we get the 3rd and 7. Whoo boy. Is this sweet or what? Is this sweet or what? Let me just wind it back and I'll ask you one more time. Is this sweet or what? This is like ear to ear smiling, you know? Ear to ear smiling. Q, thank you so much. Do I think past defenses have made life harder for quarterbacks to read this year than in prior years, going more too high? Q, I think that's a good question. I think the simplest way that I would put it is I don't think it's just too high, right? I think that when you look at Justin Fields this year, the biggest thing, or not Justin Fields, every quarterback in the NFL, I think that you're seeing more disguised coverage and maybe more over. I think you're simultaneously seeing quarterbacks being told to not take the home run shot while also seeing things in the flat taken away. I think it's not just too high. Everybody keeps saying too high, like cover two is magic, and that's just not the case, right? What I'm seeing is that I think personally you're seeing defenses mix up what those two high safeties do. Do they rotate? Do they stay in quarters? Do they attack downhill? We've seen Jaquan Brisker and Eddie Jackson like cover flats all the time, like Jordan's talking about. Rotation, disguise, match principles, making it all throughout football. Like we see match zones in almost every defense right now. So much less spot drop, so much more split field coverage. And what that's done is it's made it to where there is no real such thing as easy yardage right now. Or at least if there is, it's not just running the Shanahan offense and picking up free yardage, right? And so I think as I watch current defenses that like a lot of people have said like the defensive coordinators are in the lab. I think defenses are just doing a good job of not making offense easy. And so unless you have a massive talent gap between your team and their defense is hard. And it's taken away a lot of the explosives that a lot of people loved seeing, but they were completely embarrassing defenders. It's putting defenders in better spots. I agree, Jordan. Defensive coaching just got better. They realized that there's so much stuff that they've been trying that has just not worked. They've stopped playing okay, so Jordan, I know you're a huge cover 3 fan. They've stopped playing boring cover 3. They've started playing a lot more ferocious and aggressive cover 3. They've started playing different types of cover 3, plus different types of cover 2, cover 4, quarters, cover 6, cover 5, like all over the place. It's a lot less defenses embarrassing themselves, so to speak, and putting themselves in position to fail. And it's a lot more of defenses making offenses have to grind out every single yard. And I think it's better for football overall. I will be right back. Truly the best. Wait, what is Mario saying? Oh, I'm sorry, bud. Like, by no means am I necessarily wanting to just. It's not about dunking on Patriots fans, but anyways, let's keep going. No, you don't get one, CV. That's weird. That crosses a lot of lines. But so let's see. Let's see. Vlad, I love it. I really do. I think that's so funny. Like, Niners so good. Fluke lost against. Did they lose against the Falcons? No way, right? But so anyways, let's get back into this. Oh no, you made it weird, CV. I'm calling you out. So I just want to point out that the Bears run a pretty ho-hum play, all things told. Like, it's just fine and nobody's really open. Like, what I think matters here is Borum gets it's Jones gets cruised, so they get a blitz right through. And as much as I could tell you that they run an in here with like a post on the back and like a curl right here, it's not really important because by the time Fields is supposed to throw this ball at all, he's gotta make a move. So he slips out of a sack, right? And does that immediately. And then because he and Fields had just talked about the whole point up field, go up field thing, Fields creates some Fields creates some space, steps in, Kmet bodies up his man perfectly, and Fields lays a ball out that is shockingly good. And Kmet makes a catch. And I understand everybody was sitting there making jokes about how Kmet was immediately like, I didn't catch it. Wow, we got to go. No, that's just smart football. Like, I would love it if all of my players, so to speak, acted like that all the time. I thought the fact that JT called this a little underthrown was stunning. Can I be honest? I thought this ball was perfectly placed. Because what you want out of a ball like this, in my opinion, is you want best case scenario, you want to catch. Worst case scenario, you want a DPI, right? Like, you want to, or he kept it away from the defender. He made sure that as a back shoulder ball that it was Kmet's destiny, whatever happens. Which one is sophisticated? Like, is there any other details you've got other than Schofield missed his assignment? Because there are some weird ones. So, but is this Fields' top 3 best plays? I don't know, but it's definitely in Fields' top 3 results as a pro. Like, that is nice, right there. If it wasn't a catch, there's no way we snapped it in time. I mean, it was as catch as a catch gets. Like, Kmet ought to believe in himself a little bit more because he had full control and a knee down. I think, if anything, Kmet may not have understood quite where he was on the field. But it is kind of funny how he looked at him and then immediately was like, we got to go, we got to go, we got to go. Jordan, I think the issue is that I feel like we see tight ends do stuff like that all the time. But like I've said to many people about many other players, I can be a bit of a hater sometimes. So I fully understand. I think I hear second round tight end and I have different expectations than what Kmet is bringing, but that doesn't mean that I can't get super excited when he does stuff like that. Like, that's fun. And you know what? If he and Kmet can continue to build on that and build a connection, then I'm here for it. I just want to see more production. Help Fields out. Because right now, Equinemius St. Brown, Darnell Mooney, and let me see. It's Equinemius St. Brown, Darnell Mooney, and Dante Pettis are more consistently open than number 85 is. And like, that to me is all I really care about, is whether it's boring tight end usage or him not being able to beat man coverage. For some reason, when people call plays for Kmet is not winning on them. And I don't like that. It can be that simple. But so moving forward from there, the Bears just run a basic zone run. I'd love to pretend that anything about this is like hard, but this is when David Montgomery starts to become the dude. Like, I mean, he starts bouncing off some tacklers and just doing some nonsense, just casually doing some nonsense. Turns 6 yards out of that. Then The Bears run at 5 against cover 3. This one's also super weird. Do I like zone? I think zone is a good base plate, Jordan, but that you've got to mix it up a lot. Like, I think zone's fine. I don't think zone is sexy, but I think zone's a good way to get 4 yards. Now, you mentioned, Steve, that Monty is the pinball. I got a bad freeze frame for everybody, and I think this might be some power of the clicker stuff, but I think what happened here is that 848 leans in right there, and Montgomery thinks, "Oh, if I plant my feet, I can get outside him and make a play." But Montgomery just kind of stops while in the hole about a yard away from a first down, which is weird on film. Like, it's just a strange one. But so let's see. Thank you, BIS. You are too kind. Truly too kind. So he falls. Big sad. And the Bears actually don't get a first down on this play, partially because he backs up when he does. It's a perfectly okay block by Braxton Jones. Nothing wild. Tevin Jenkins just consistently goes to war, and you truly have to love it. Let's see, like power or counter or stretch inside zone. I agree, Steve A, that he saw the inside linebacker closing in, but all he's got to do is just get to that white line, and he's got himself a first down, and I think he would have easily gotten there. But I think he saw the opportunity for a home run play and went for it. Didn't quite get it. That's okay. The Bears just line up and sneak it. But so, Jordan, everything you're mentioning, like counter, stretch, power, all that stuff, it's legit. It's good. I think zone is it is a high floor, low ceiling run most of the time, unless you've got a superstar home run backer. I think that zone generally gives you a lot of options because the hole could be anywhere. And I do actually vibe with that strategy. I think inside zone's kind of dull. I like outside zone a lot more than I like inside zone. I like a lot of the pitch stuff that the Bears have done. Toss crack is one of my favorite plays in football. It's not just because of Madden. I like a lot of the power things that they're doing. Honestly, I don't understand why people don't use trap more often, if you want me to talk about it. But they don't. High-Tash, you've mentioned thoughts on how Schofield played. Fine. Relatively forgettable, which is probably for the best. But so, 1st and 10, Bears go PA pass. Fields wants this really, really badly. Rolls back. Timing is right. Releases the ball. It's too far. Now, is it a bad throw? Yeah, probably. The timing's right. It's a hard double move. Fields winds up from the moment that Mooney gets out of his break. So Fields should have this sided up. I would prefer to see Fields put more air under this one, because I think if he does, Mooney has a better shot at running under it. But for all I know, Fields was throwing it away because he thought that Mooney was well covered up and just wasn't about to take the chance. I straight up don't know with some of these things. But I appreciate the deep shot. And especially on first down, you got to make sure you don't get sacked. But once you get the ball out of your hands afterwards, you're good. So you'll see from the back end, all these kinds of play actions, like run action, play action. Look at the pocket it creates. I mean, just moves everybody. You got to love that. Truly. They keep 88, Wesco, to block the guy right in front of him. That's great. I'm with you, Ace. Like, wrong club, but at the same time, it's a safe throw. Let's see. I don't think he threw it away since he still has to scramble. I think he just missed. I think you're probably right, BG. And it's the right game to miss. And also, can we just point out, it's the right game to show you're even going to do it, right? So the most under-talked about thing in football is that we are watching the tape. So is Dallas. So all these double moves, all these protected, so not naked, protected blocker play action shots, you got to defend them all. Like, you can't have Trayvon Diggs just hunt the out route on something like that because you might give up a score. These are all helpful plays, even if they don't hit, to put it on tape that you can. And that makes a difference. Like, it's small. It sounds dull, but it makes a difference in future offense because you're giving the opposing defensive coordinator more homework that they have to follow up on. So this one's funny. These things happen all the time. But so Fields pulls in motion. He sees something he doesn't like. He's checking right here. We can see it, right? Check. Montgomery moves to the other side, and everybody except for Tevin Jenkins, oh, rip Tevin Jenkins, is going to hear the check, and you can tell because you don't normally want two linemen bumping into each other. Happens. Bears get 2 yards. It's 3rd and 8, and at that point, like, I kept having this mental image of Matt Eberflus walking over to where Luke Getsy was, putting his hand on Luke Getsy's shoulder and saying, "Luke, get me a field goal." And I just envisioned him doing it again here, where Bears are 3rd and 8. They're just outside the lip of field goal range. So they call, what is this? Like, it looks like zone with just a basic SIF block. And just boom, go. That's fine. And so they get the field goal. Huzzah. Ben, we will absolutely go back. Thank you for asking. Politely. Gotta love a good question. Let's go back. I think it's this one. The coffee apparently only got me to 11. And then I turned into a pumpkin. So if he was going back shoulder, so the problem is, so the ball lands here, Ben. It's over Mooney's head as much as anything else. Maybe it was back shoulder, but if it was going to be back shoulder, the ball needed to be a little higher. If anything, I would chalk this one up to the fact that the Bears have taken so few deep shots this year that they're just under-practiced in this department. It's an airmail. That's fine. We have one more drive because after that, I mean, actually, we're just gonna watch this one play out. Like, I can do analysis if you really want it to, but this drive, lovingly, like the Bears' next touchdown is just a bunch of them running the ball a lot. Like, you gotta love Herbert. He just goes and goes and goes. Hand the ball to him, and he just rips. We can CV just for you. And exactly tumultuous. If you're going to miss high, let it go out of bounds. But Herbert just flies forward, gets you a little bit. Not too much, but enough. On 2nd and 6. Oh, no, wait. We do have some nice plays. Specifically one nice play. Debatably my favorite nice play. Not this one. This one's just a throwback screen to Pettis. I appreciate that they even tried it, right? Because he takes this. It looks like a fake toss, right? With another fake screen option out here. And then he throws a wind back to Pettis. You want to talk about putting things so, you want to talk about putting things on tape. Some of this stuff was like, let's just put it on tape. And that's fine. But then on this 3rd and 4, I want to get really excited. So by that, you mean DeMarcus Lawrence, right, Reinhardt? Not Dexter. Because Dexter's the giant, and he's a killer. John, it sure felt like this. Or that. A ton of 2 running backs. 21 personnel specifically. So on this play, I really like the design here because it's easy, right? It's easy and it does a lot of damage. Where you've got Mooney running way deep, you've got a mesher coming across, not a mesher, just like a pair of crossers that can then sit down whenever they want to. It's really fun, and I really like it because it's not quite mesh, but it gets you the pieces of mesh that you might like. Do they call this pony, Jordan? But so Mooney's the first read. I think Kmet is the second read. I have nothing to back that up. but I think he's the second read because it looks like it would be pure progression to me. And then the third read is Equinemius St. Brown right here. And Fields goes 1 to 2 to 3 really, really easily. I also think, credit to Fields, Fields sees cover 3, and when you attack cover 3, so that'd be this corner out here, this corner out here, this safety up here, you want these flats. Like, the flats are generally open in cover 3. So part of me thinks even better than just Fields reading 1, 2, 3, look at how little time he spends on Kmet. Like, he gives this corner a good old-fashioned stare, flicks to Kmet, and immediately flicks to ESB, and then fires it open. I think, so Ben mentions, I think the flat's actually 1. Oh, you mean like the flat? Yeah, it might be. Like, to where this could be number 4. But I also think that there's a decent chance that Fields, like a good NFL quarterback, says, they're in cover 3. I just got to get to ESB because he's going to be wide open. And he is. It's super open. It looks super easy. The Bears don't end up, for the second week in a row, with a bunch of fans pointing at a wide open guy on camera saying Fields can't read the field. And instead, they pick up an extremely easy first down on the pass. And that's the last pass that they're going to throw this drive. Notice that the Bears didn't run a quarterback run in the second half. They didn't need to, right? The threat of what they could do was enough, and they were able to just keep churning out offense from there while maintaining the lead that slowly built over time. Now it's a 12-point lead, right? Just showing you can is enough in many of these situations, which I really love. I'm with you, Steve. Like, I think watching Fields go through his progressions is awfully nice. I love watching him read defenses and get a little bit better and a little bit better at finding the right guy. Wide open Bears receivers does feel awfully nice. BLS we kind of did, but I'll tell you what, the quarterback runs would be a lot more concerning if Fields was getting hit flush, and he's not. Fields is diving forward and not taking hits on those quarterback runs. That is sustainable, and I'm here for it. So 1st and 10, they run. It's fine. You guys, so there are a lot of Bears fans that feel like they never get any favors. And can I just quickly talk about something, because I think this is funny. Okay, first let's watch is it EQ? Yes, first watch EQ. This is a hold. It's a light hold, but it's as hold gets. Do we agree? Because then watch Kari Blasingame. He engages his man, and somehow, he just pulls his man to the ground. That is also a hold. But the refs see neither of them, and that's fine. Hey, don't say the refs never give you a break, because neither of those get called, and the Bears come away with a fun little 6-yard gain. But it was funny going back on tape and being like, oh, okay. So then CV mentioned that like he wanted to see the play where Montgomery just refused to go down. This is one of them. I mean, I'm shocked he made it through the line like he did. Like, it's raining and cold and I don't want to be here. It kind of felt that way, Reinhardt. I mean, 8 total penalties per team. They just said, whatever, I don't care, and just moved on. So Montgomery picks up like 4, which is sweet. I don't need this. Get me out of this stupid rain in Boston. This was a sweet run. Then G lead comes through where they're just they run this all the time. This is one of their basic runs, and you could tell because here at the end of the game, they just ran G lead constantly, which is guard lead, right? Where Jenkins is going to come over. Oh, no. We're back. Just thumps everybody. I love this little finish from Jenkins. Just like, finally, I've found somebody to hit. Boom. Throws him off. Montgomery gets down to the 2. And then they go fullback outside zone at the goal line, and the Bears put the game away. Don't we love it? I love it. So that's going to be like fullback comes here and just clips that end. Nope. Dingus Robert. He came there. Everybody else steps to their right, finds somebody to block. Montgomery picks his spot. Look at this meeting in the middle. Look at 50 and Montgomery having a meeting of the minds, right? Boom. Collision. Montgomery's in. Game is over. Love it. Cowboys game will be a tough one. I think that Melanated, it's an interesting question on like how good Dak Prescott even is at this stage. Because look, I'm not trying to be like mega Cooper Rush man, right? But I am gonna say that Dak has not looked great so far in 2 games. So if the Bears can catch him at the right time, that might just make the game interesting. If the Bears give up 28 points, I don't think they're going to win or have a chance. But if they somehow hold them to another 10 points, I think anything's on the table. I really do. And I think that's awfully fun. Yes, Ben. Love it. He has been back for 1 game, John, and he's played another one. All right, so we are going to engage our VPN powers and try to watch some defense because I've heard, boom, see, who cares? Like, all right, welcome to Europe, everybody. Let's see. It's your stream for a little bit, but it's got to be back now, right? Like, let's see. What have I heard? What have I heard? Let's see. Yeah, exactly. I love bonjour. That is hilarious. But let's go to Game Pass to get some of that Euro Game Pass so that we can watch some defense. We don't need to watch too much. Defense was awesome. Like, you could just take it from me. But we like to analyze fields here, and then it becomes 11 p.m. In a perfect world, I could probably I could probably do like a dual stream, but that seems exhausting. Defense is a little easier to just watch, though. I will tell you that, you know what? Can we just say the thing? Because this defense, I said last year that wait, let's see. I'd be shocked if Dan Quinn doesn't short circuit this offense's passing game. Should Jordan? That Dallas defense is crazy. I'm just wondering whether getting Fields on the move, like not rolling on the move, right? But like I'm wondering what the quarterback run game will do to force, or like what will that force Dallas to do? Now, as much as I am a Dallas local, when I watch football, Jordan, a lot of times I just sit back and and enjoy it, just like anyone else. Like, truly, I'm the guy who I grab a beer and I hang out and I go, that was a pretty good play. And so a lot of the stuff that we get to for like scheme, I literally don't look at until I'm actually looking at the all 22. But so anyways, the Bears defense was awesome. Let me see somebody. Oh, yeah, no, of course. Thank you so much, Steve. Like, I'm just glad that you don't think we're too sluggish. I appreciate the compliment. I mean, truly, I do. It's so fun. But so I appreciate everybody getting into the Europe piece. We are in Europe now. We went through the United Kingdom. So grab yourself some fish and chips and let's watch a little bit of Bears defense. The Bears love to do this. They will threaten at the very least. Like watching, or they'll threaten cover 1 all the time. Oh, I like this. Looks like they rolled into cover 3. And the real superstars, can we just point out, Bears defensive line looking at some most improved players. Like, I mean, 96 Watts right here, like jumps right into the lane and makes a play. And Justin Jones pushes like, oh, I can't do what I used to do. Oh, man. We're going to have to, we have to go back to the old rules where I have to just rewind normally. But so it looks to me like this Bears defensive line, ooh, Ooh, I like this formation too. Because they've got Quinn in a wide 9, which means that theoretically they're begging to be attacked in this gap right here. And so he shifts over because now they're doing stunts. They used to, just for everybody who doesn't remember, because we don't talk about defense as much as I'd like to here. Like, they used to just rush or maintain their gaps in a very boring fashion. Lovingly, it was boring. But now they've got Watts, who takes care of that gap right there, shuts this run down. And the Bears' ability to put the Patriots in clear passing situations was a massive portion of their success. I'm obsessed with the fact that they started instantly. Like, as soon as they got behind the chains, too high. Immediately. Like, this is a cover 2 bluff. Whether it's real or not, we're going to confirm later. But immediately they jump into, we are going to give you the impression we're running cover 2 instantly. Now they roll into what looks like probably cover 1. And there's a flag on the field. And is that, oh, that's Jalen. Jalen doesn't normally get lost like that. Oh, it's because it's the right route on cover 3. Like, that's completely understandable. That happens all the time, honestly. This is where, if memory serves, both the Bears and the Patriots had a flag of some kind, where somebody gets tagged for holding. Exactly. Like, it's cover 3 match. It's also, like, just basic cover. I don't want to say, like, basic cover 3, Jordan, because it's not that simple. But with Johnson playing cover 3 technique, an out route like that is always going to be open. Jalen got lost a handful of times, but also the Patriots did know how they were going to play him, and Tyquan Thornton is a dude. Like, Thornton, to his credit, mega fast. Not the guy you want to let leak behind you. Let's see. Jones said post-game, guys weren't being disciplined on gap control. Sounds like they got coached more on it. Is that nonsense or true? A little bit. Like, I don't want to by any means suggest that anything that those guys say are lying, but I also think that the defensive line is playing to what strengths they do have now. And I think that that is helping them because they were giving them basically nothing, right? Like, the defensive line was giving them basically nothing, that is. Whew, that is some nice rally tackling. Let's see. This is where I've loved that we had the slow-mo. I don't know about you guys. I feel like the slow-mo has been really helpful so we can see things frame by frame. But look at this. Oh, Roquan. Ooh, Roquan. Roquan is breaking on a screen that he's picked up on before Mac has even started his, like, throwing motion. Thank you so much, Elon. Brisker picks up on it too, but because they're able to get to here when he catches the ball, there's just not a lot of great places for the runner to go, which is going to take 2nd and 10 and force him right back into a rallying Robert Quinn, who's then able to cut him down. It's little rally tackle stuff like that, right? Where Roquan hits the back of his drop and is already gone. Gone. Credit to Smith, who we have given a lot of guff over the last couple weeks. This is really nice. Stuff like that, honestly, like, it's not only exciting, but it's how you can get a lot out of Roquan Smith. Okay, everybody loves interceptions. I think interceptions are great. Plays like that, as simple as they are the backbone of how you get to 3rd and 10. Because then when you're sitting in 3rd and 10, now you've got Eddie Jackson threatening to play a deep safety look wherever he is. You've got, try pressing period. Nothing happened, Reinhardt. Much as I wanted it to. But so, let's see here. Ooh, that is some nice stuff. I don't know what the Patriots quite thought they were going to get. Looking at this. Because let's see. It looks like 9. I mean, this looks like a post. What were the Patriots looking for? Because Mac running tells me that probably this deep curl, a post paired with a dig, but they've got this linebacker like Roquan sitting underneath. Yeah, they just covered this really, really well. I mean, it's the wrong play call against the coverage. Could Mac Jones have worked something underneath? Maybe. Kyle, I don't know, but we're going to look because that much we've at least got to look at. Looks like Jones in particular really wants the curl and understands he won't get it. But so Jones is going to make a break for it. Good job rallying by Kyler Gordon, who moves just super fluidly, which I'm all about. Like watching, wait, was that Gordon or was that Brisker? It's Brisker. I'm a dingus. But he comes forward. Love it. This is Europass, though, Reinhardt. Europass may need a Euro keyboard. Probably not. Did he feel pressure? Because honestly, I felt like Dominique Robinson had one of his best games in a little while. Quinn comes off the end. A little bit. Like a little bit of pressure. And I think it's from Jones, if anybody. That's actually pretty solid. Like, that's very solid interior pressure from Justin Jones, who gets Mac's eyes down. Mac then pulls the ball down and cruises for ultimately a turnover. Now, call me harsh. Punts are very pretty turnovers. And that's only matters because I want to give defenses their due. That when you force a punt, you have done just as much as creating an interception. The only difference is that an interception is usually slightly better field position, but not always. So let's snap to the next drive. We'll go through this quickly, at least as quickly as we can. I love that to start the next drive immediately, the Bears are still threatening too high. Too high is not magic, right? It's not that simple. But the more that you continue to threaten that you may drop into, whether it's 2, whether it's a roll into 9 with Eddie Jackson sitting underneath, too high to start means you could do anything. Whereas this is, I think, my ultimate thesis on this stuff. Too high to start means that you could do anything. You could feasibly get a safety into the box from here. But when you've got a safety sitting in the box, as happens all the time, rotating him out to too high is really hard, just because he's got to track the whole play. Little easier to come down at what you're seeing. Exactly. The way Fangio uses too high is a huge part of the difference. And it helps when your linebackers can make plays in the holes that they're offered. Morrow here does a great job of ducking around the linebacker so that he can get in, and will probably be giving some credit to Angelo Blackson, the defender in front of him, because he keeps him clean. Liked Blackson. I like Blackson a lot over the last 2 years. Let's see. So Blackson gets wide and kind of chips him, but there might just be some bad luck involved, and Morrow just steps on in and makes the hit. Hooray. The Bears being able to stop the run would change a lot about their defense, because I know when I was very critical of their defense early on, a lot of it is because people were running on them for pretty much free, but they are not looking quite as free over the last couple weeks, which is a big win for them. Oh man. Are the Bears generating, dare I say it, pressure? So this is cover one man by the looks of it. It's a simple enough coverage. Honestly, it is what it looks like, where you're going to have 2 linebackers usually playing some kind of spot up zone to take things away that are in the middle and allow your defenders to play like outside leverage. But you really need some quick pressure, because all this is supposed to do is to force the opposing quarterback to freeze for a few minutes. See, it's about safety rotation. Like, yeah, no kidding, right, Kyle? It's about safety rotation, sure, but where Fangio created magic was the timing of the rotation happening as the quarterback is turned on play action or looking at the rush. Totally, Jordan. I mean, it's easy to simplify it into rotation at the snap, but like you're saying, it's more about the when and the how and the what and how it works. And it helps when you've got a player like Jackson that can be the motor that allows your safeties to play. And can I just point out, wrestling, you know the answer to that. I don't even have to explain it, though it depends. Because if they lose to the Packers, I tend to get a lot, unless it was embarrassing, and then nobody wants to watch it again. But we get a lot more straight up masochist viewers than I would have anticipated. Anyways, so let me see, what were we saying? We were talking. Oh yes, I will point out Jaquan Brisker. So I started the season maybe like a little too low on him. Not really, but like he looked like a rookie, right? Eddie Jackson is starting to turn Jaquan Brisker into a second Eddie Jackson. Not everybody's going to be the ultra instinctive player that Jackson's going to be, but Brisker's picking this defense up really, really nicely. And if you can have two safeties that are heady enough to understand how to pressure offenses in front of them, you're going to create some nasty pressure from the back end, and I love it. But so, looks like, man, is that, yeah, I know, right, CV? Is that Pennell? 64? No, it's not. Is it Justin Jones again? No, it's Blackson. Blackson's going to power through and just moss his guy. Look at that. Look at that. He sits his guy down. And then from there, D-Rob makes enough of the rest of the play. Like, this is awesome. You really don't see this all that often. Angelo Blackson just puts his guy on his butt. And then D-Rob reaches out, picks up the sack, sure, but that's some sweet interior pressure. Mac Jones, like most sane people, does not like interior pressure. See, because as much as Jordan, I know you're talking about rotation, like literally at the snap, I think rules like this are so well timed and so hard to deal with, where you get Brisker rolling down into man coverage, you get Eddie dropping back, and if Jones, I guess this is kind of the Fangio thing that you're talking about. It's timed ever so slightly early, but once Jones looks up, he went from too high to a straight up one high look. Which is hard. I mean, Jones looks out. He doesn't like what he sees. He checks it down. They looked like they wanted to target Brisker in this. This is a tough man coverage snap against a tight end. But Brisker hangs on just long enough. Also, some silent credit to Roquan. Let's see here. Oh, that is nice. Wow, Roquan really... Ooh, Roquan makes a sweet play here, too. Because if you can take a look, one thing you're going to notice is that Roquan... So normally, like, Jordan's mentioning a mug look. Normally, when I think mug look, I think linebackers that sit on the line of scrimmage and they threaten to rush and then they drop back into pass coverage. But you're actually going to see Roquan take 2 steps forward as if he is straight up blitzing, I think. I don't think he's actually reacting. Like, I don't think Roquan's a dingus. And I don't think he's acting like he actually has to fit the run because he knows. What he's doing is he is stepping forward to create very hard simulated pressure and then dropping back to his spot. And look at the spot he's dropping into. The tight end sitting behind him is now totally not open because Roquan's there anyways. And that has helped the pass rush do just a little bit more. And then bang. What is Quinn doing? Spins around. But yeah, that's sweet. What? Oh, did they take a penalty at some point? Because I'm actually surprised it's second down. Let's see. Yeah. Defensive holding. Oh, what a bummer. On the sack. That's big sad. Was Roquan playing in the Mike role more this game? Seems like Morrow's playing weak side more. Let's watch Q. because I'm very curious. I haven't seen it. It looks like it here, for instance. Like that's the standard mic positioning. But man, oh man, this is my favorite. This feels like, can I be honest with you guys? This feels like one of those moments where I'm like, did Alan Williams watch my stream? Am I an idiot? Because Roquan Smith is one of the best blitzing linebackers in all of football. And they are blitzing him a lot, like a very healthy amount. And he's terrifying. I mean, when Roquan Smith is on the blitz, he literally looks like the Bears' best defensive player. Like, he's so good at it. This is a mug look. When people talk about a mug look, this to me is the classic mug look. And so this is where, is Roquan coming? Is he not coming? The line doesn't get to know, right? There was Reinhardt. I never know whether to believe that. But so, like, the offensive line has to pick up every single option, and at the very least address them, right? It has been Q. It's insane. Like, he is so good at blitzing. He's dynamite. And the best part is he's the only linebacker I've seen. Hey, you guys, if you can think of one, you let me know. Let's see. Thank you. Laughter. I could say it, but that seems silly to say. Thank you for joining. Most linebackers can't blitz from depth effectively. And what that allows you to do is that Roquan can set what I was going to say, Jordan, is the only one of the linebackers that can blitz this well from depth, because Roquan can line up just like he's on a standard pass set. And then when he blitzes, he will still get home on time. But it's crazy. It adds a disguise level that shouldn't be there. Devin White's such a problem in pass coverage. Sometimes I just don't think about it. But so this is your standard Zimmer style mug look on third down. And I love it. I think Mike Zimmer's stuff is really awesome. You've got what looks like cover 3 on the back end. And they're to run the ball? Really? Oh, nice tackle. Brisker's having himself a game right now. A game. As Brisker's just going to dart over. That's a great angle. I'm sorry I have to just keep resetting it and we can't slow-mo this. But like, as a safety, you only get one shot at these things and it's half field, right? But so he cuts across the field. Nobody picks him up. And he cuts this thing down before it has a chance to really get started. Like, we don't know if Eddie would have made the tackle. This year, he's just been the dude, so he might have. But wow, like, that is a sweet tackle by number 9. Yeah, it doesn't look like they were Reinhardt. It makes me wonder whether they felt like putting Taekwon on Vildor was just a death sentence, but I don't know. By the way, feel free to mention any plays that you guys want to watch. Now that we are in the Europe, we can watch all the sweet punt returns that we could want to, or that we would want to, because we have access to special teams footage again. But so, are you boys ready? And girls? Apologies. Let's see here. It isn't that simple. We got one more drive that ends super sweet. Oh man, that is miserable. Lead power for Fields. You mean, when you say lead power, do you mean the zone read? Or no, you mean the one where they lined him up and then they ran? Yes, that was sweet. When you say pony personnel, Jordan, where does this term come from? I might have heard it called something else. But man, they were doing none of this before the season. They weren't doing any of this like early in the year. Look at this. Look at this. They're going to full safety swap, and they're going to look good at it. A lot of the Colts safeties did this and would generally look lost. Do you know how hard it is? Oh, man. 2 backs, gotcha. So, BLS, we'll talk about it. But It is so hard for a safety to rotate down and also pick up a stemming receiver in coverage. This is ridiculous. Like, I get it. It's not going to look like Eddie does a ton, but he guides him straight into the linebacker right here. And, like, ooh, that is just wild. AGM, I thought Nikhil looked fine. I mean, best case scenario, he's a receiver that hasn't caught up to the offense yet. Worst case scenario, just a guy. But you make the call. I'm not going to get on a stream after the Bears beat the Patriots 33 to goodness. Mac got crushed. Whoa. Oh. Ooh. Folks, check out Robert Quinn. Looking like he's found it again. Bang. Oh my goodness. Robert Quinn whips around this edge. 77. Goodness gracious. The lights got turned out on that rush. This is the best pass rush has looked yet. Still has it, but can't always be lucky. Oh yeah, no kidding. He's a turf player, Kyle. Yeah. And ideally not in the rain, but different. Nice play, 58. That's a nice job, like, pushing in. Because 58's going to keep his nose down. He gets through 77, gets down, makes the tackle. When you can go from second... So I get it that the offense... This is one of those weird moments where football can agree with itself. So there's 10 yards to gain, right? And the offense wants to get roughly 5 yards. But if the defense can allow roughly 5 yards, win. Like, the defense will take that too. And so he shuts that down. The Patriots' running attack, I would argue, is like the best part of their offense, so to speak. Or at least, I don't know, it gets complicated. But so here, yeah, this is where Max started running on us, and I was bummed. But, I mean, you got to take it. Like, you have to let that kind of thing happen a couple times. Oh, the AQM stuff is never going to make sense, Jordan. But there's a point where you just say, okay, it's just happened, so I guess that's that. Reinhard, I'm going to say something ridiculous, and it makes me wonder whether Poles is thinking it too, okay? So I want to just address something, because Reinhard here mentions he hopes Quinn is traded. So, there's schedule. Okay, what I'm about to do is going to look like I'm a lunatic, okay? But when you beat the Patriots by 19... math changes. All right? So, the Lions. We've tasted the Lions in 3 weeks. The Lions couldn't be on a lower trajectory. Sorry, let me write this a little stronger. Lions couldn't be getting worse. Like, they may find it. It's possible. But they look like a team where the wheels are falling off in year 2. So, yeah, 1-5 for a reason. So with that, if they beat the Lions, and then they beat the Falcons, and then oh gosh, that'll do. If they beat the Lions, if they beat the Falcons, if they beat the Jets, okay, we have gone from 3 to 6 wins. If they beat one of the Cowboys or the Dolphins, right? First. Oh, wow. Oh, this is hilarious. Do you guys see this? Have you guys noticed that it is showing home and away in European form? This is funny. Like, home, away. Because I was like, I thought we were in Dallas. But anyways, like, so that's fun. Welcome to Europe. But so, anyways, let's say they beat one of these two. They beat two of these three, right? That gets them to 3 wins. The the Packers are vulnerable. Let's say they beat them. Okay? Then, continuing down, you've got another Lions game and a Vikings game. Let's say the Vikings have the division locked up and they don't care, right? If you won the games that we just described, and that's assuming you get wrecked by the Eagles and that you get wrecked by the Bills, the Bears would have 9 wins in a crappy conference. Like that, dude, what I just illustrated, Reinhardt, was even 9. And so I say this, Reinhardt, not because I'm trying to tub thump for the Bears, but there is a chance, as goofy as it may sound, that Ryan Poles thinks we're a game out of the playoffs. Why would I trade Robert Quinn? Which is hilarious. Like, I think, Jordan, you're right. But the secret sauce is they don't play them as they currently stand. New York just lost Breece Hall, and so they traded for James Robinson, sure. But, like, if the Bears catch Zach Wilson instead of Joe Flacco, they might like, as things stand right now, they've got a pretty solid chance. Like, Kyle, I don't think we're winning the Super Bowl even if we beat the Cowboys. I'm really more talking out the idea of, because it's not trying to be BLS. It's more pointing out that the team that beat the Patriots is a very different team than beat the Commanders. So averaging those two together, right? You get a team that, who knows, the conference is bad enough. That's really all I'm more saying. It's less, wow, I think the Bears are so good. And it's really more, wow, the team that beat the Patriots could totally beat some people. And Reinhardt, we did. And we're 3-4. And so it's so funny. My dad always says it. You're never as good nor as bad as your last game. He's right. Within that means we don't like really know what's going to happen. I'm more trying to point out that as the trade deadline comes, I don't think the Bears are going to be buyers. That would be ridiculous. I don't know if they're the sellers either. And I think that, yeah, just beating the Patriots may be enough to have changed that. That's really it, right? Because losing to the Commanders was brutal, but but winning like against the Patriots was unexpected. That's it. So how much more unexpected stuff happens? Roquan does a good job getting over. Jordan, you and everybody else wishes that they'd buy. Because we want to see a receiver, man. Like, that, infuse the team with some talent, but I'm sure they're just going to be patient. These are plays where I would like to see Brisker pick things up a little more. It's a good play by McCorkle, don't get me wrong, but they tend to sink so much, right, that I want to see the safety attack, because unless this tight end runs a superstar double move, you're fine. It's Tampa too, so I don't think he's supposed to clamp it. Like, it's a good throw from Mac Jones to get the ball there. But let's see. I want to know where Roquan goes while I'm at it. Roquan gets covered up by him, which is key. So it's a good thing. Honestly, it's a good play. Like, sometimes you got to credit the other team for making a good play. That's a good play. Maybe Brisker steps forward and picks that up a little sooner, but I don't think he's going to. I guess you're going to you're going to get sad about the pass rush. God, AQM is just not good. They didn't look super good, Jordan. It's not like I can necessarily say, wow, the Bears beat an incredibly good roster. It's more like I can say, wow, the Bears beat a team that was absolutely killing bad teams. And that's about it. So the Cowboys should rip them up. But I said that last week too. And so it'll be like, it may actually happen this time. I'm more just sort of sitting and just thinking, like, what could happen. But let's see. He's good on Wednesday. That's what matters. Yeah, exactly. CV with the subtle burn, I think. And so then let's see. Is this the one where Brisker gets kicked? Ooh. So dirty or not dirty? Because that foot comes up pretty late. Ooh. It feels weird. Boom. Right in the family jewels. I appreciate that Kyler Gordon, by the way. I keep reviewing because I like watching Gordon move. He's the most obvious, most improved player. Like Morrow does a solid job following, but I mean it's not like great. But watching Gordon move around has been really fun. And he's getting better and better and better. Good call by the officials to back it up. It's one of the weirdest rules in football, but it has to be there, that you get the ball where you started to slide. Steve A, the more I watch it, the more I'm like, yeah, it kind of does. Like you're hoping it's incidental, cuz he kicks him right where the sun don't shine. So like, yes, Jordan, cuz they did operate or ask Dak to operate with some ease, but Dak also was throwing the ball around like he was super confused. Oh, who? Who house? What house? Gosh, my eyes just glazed over for this play. Can't be that house. Oh, 100% it does. Snap back. Big sad drop. Oh, he didn't get to the house because of Tyquan Thornton. Like, Tyquan Thornton's just wicked fast. Bears look like they drop into Tampa 2. I love the way Eddie's shading this. Matt could throw this if he wanted to, but he's not going to. Let's see. That is that Roquan or is that it's not. No, that's Morrow. Morrow does a really good job. Yeah, I don't love, what is this, Gordon throttling down cuz he completely loses his man. Whoopsie. But so they check it down, and that's Roquan who comes up. Roquan can deliver some vicious hits. Vicious hits. Like, I see Roquan generate so much force on such little stop starts. Like, he rocks people. Uh it's sweet, Jordan. Nick Morrow is underrated. And then I believe this is the interception. It's a huge pass, like a huge pick. Let's see. I want to slow this down. Okay, to me, Kyle, I think it was Kyle asking about this. I'm going to keep rewinding, but it does not look like the ball changes paths at all. Like, I understand that people are wondering whether the ball hit the cable, but this ball doesn't look like it actually changes paths. So I don't know. Like, maybe. But mostly it's just a horrible, horrible throw that should never be thrown. This is just too okay, so this is too tight for a reason. Like, video, but Jordan, video doesn't show the ball changing spin. It shows the cable bouncing. Like, and it shows us right after where the cable started. Let's see. Right now, we're not going to the broadcast because that gets me shut down. If you're asking for the broadcast angle, or are you asking for this angle? Yeah, this is probably the one you wanted. We call this the tight. I don't know. That ball looks like it just spins right where it was supposed to go. Like, I want to see it. I want to see it get tipped. I think so too. Like, Reinhardt, I think he threw it out for a reason. But this is also an awful throw. I mean, credit to Jordan saying, watch Gibson. I think I watched the wrong Gibson. No, that's D-Rob. Yeah, Gibson with a sweet interior move right there. That was nice. Gibson is so feisty. I don't know what he does wrong on Wednesdays because he's so much fun. Rockets right through, forces a bad throw, and wrestling, that's what I'm thinking. I want to see the spiral change. Like, but so this is awful. Like, he beats Vildor, but he never beats Brisker. If anything, Steve, you could make the legitimate argument that Brisker attacks the ball too hard and has to make an incredible play. Like, this could have been even easier, just talking out loud, because Brisker overruns it a little bit. Like, that ball floats on him and gets a little over his head, hence, the Jordan moment where that looks like he's posterizing somebody on a dunk. But as Case said earlier in the stream, you kick me in the nuts, fine. You'll never play in this town again. And like, he just immediately puts Jones on the bench, which is bananas. Like, that is beautiful. What a play. What a game so far from number 9. He has looked really, really good. Really, really good. And so then this is when Zappy comes in. Like, okay, so Audrey, I know you were at the game, and I'm glad to see you were here. What was the vibe in the stadium even like when we were getting zapped? Because I can only imagine that it was absolutely electric. I mean, I can only imagine that the stadium must have been on fire when or after the second Zappy touchdown. Like, let alone, like, obviously when he was in the game, that's one thing. But like, on TV, it looked like Boston was exploding. What was it actually like there? Yeah, I did too, Kyle. Like, it was bananas. I don't think Mac's done anything to deserve that. Mac's a perfectly good player. Like, I like Mac, just the way that he plays. But it was so crazy. Like, it was a madhouse. Kazapi comes in. He makes just like the most basic stick read. Yeah, I mean, true BLS. Like, the Bears made plays through the Zappy momentum. I think that's huge. Also, I want to give some serious credit to Eddie Jackson for attacking this as well as he does. Bears starting too high. They're going to make him look for it. He rolls down just a little bit, sees the stick route, triggers on the stick route, and it's only 4 yards, which is rare that you throw a pass, complete a pass, and you get so little. But we'll take it. Jordan, the only reason that I would bench Mac like that is if I thought Mac was hurt, which is why I probably wouldn't have played Mac in general. It was very weird. I mean, now you've got a quarterback that probably wants out of Boston, and the other quarterback that you have is a third-round guy for a reason. Not trying to dunk on the Zapster. Like, they'll smoke some of the guys that are in there. But It's like bleh. Zappy hands it out. Nice play, Roquan. Did he have to beat a blocker? Because it kind of looks like it. Yeah, exactly. Zappy's a gamer. The ball comes out on time. He does. Oh, nice. Oh, yes. Roquan's starting to make moves on boys. Look at this. Roquan straight up sets up his blocker. Like, whoosh. 71 and makes the play for it. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please. BLS, it does feel like they think he's Brady incarnated. That's me too, Reinhard. Like, I just wouldn't have played Mac in the first place. Like, I have no problem. I have no problem with playing Zappy. I just wouldn't have played Mac again. And I would have just kept him rehabbing and saying, no, 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 no. We still see a problem. They didn't. And I mean, hey, they got this. Bears just blow a coverage on a pick play, and they have to come up and make a tackle. There's nothing outrageously crazy about this. They just got him. Yeah. Right, Kyle? I mean, the irony was definitely there a little bit. Because let's see. I mean, it's just a basic swing pass. And Reinhardt, it's so funny. Because, like Mitch after Foles, but Foles was the savior once too. That Atlanta game was wild. That Atlanta game was one of the wildest Bears games I've ever watched. Atlanta Week 2, 2020. Like, just a crazy football game. Top to bottom. Quick hook on Mitch. Foles comes in, throws a pick because Allen Robinson dropped the ball into his hands. Like, what a mess. And then Foles leads it back. The whole throw it to the L thing. Just hilarious. Okay, so somebody was asking about this, and I'm very glad you did. So let's really watch this play. This is one of those plays where it's a very good play, and it's really tough to say because we don't know exactly what the we don't know exactly what the coverage was, but most of the time the Bears have sat Eddie Jackson or whoever the ruled safety is in the flat. So this defender will come out and cover right there, right? When they sneak this defender through, I think a linebacker was supposed to cover him. Maybe the safety was supposed to robot back. Trust me, if it's Eddie Jackson's fault, I have no problem with this. But by the time 18 Jacoby Myers sneaks through, literally nobody's on him, and 53 is pointing at him, and they don't actually have anybody necessarily covering him. Like, is this supposed to be Brisker? It's probably not. Like, Eddie's the closest. You're totally right, BLS. I just don't know if that's Eddie's assignment. Like, Eddie realizes he needs to go cover him, but I legit don't know on this play whose fault it is, so to speak. And hey, they sold the run really hard. They got everybody sucked up on play action. Maybe it was Eddie's fault, and we just point out the fact that Eddie went from here. So here. Oh, man, please don't change much. Here to here. Off of the play action fake. Which, part of that's a good fake. Part of that's just a sweet play call. Everybody loves Y-Leak, especially when you run it with a slot receiver. Like, I don't have any idea whose fault it is. What I can tell you is that every single Bear thought it was a clear run play, and it totally wasn't. Like, it's some kind of zone match. That much I know. I think it's probably Eddie's fault, but if I was, if you made me grade it, I would probably file this one under good play offense because they fooled the whole defense. Basically, I'd probably also put it on Eddie because I feel like that's only fair. And it's a super bummer that Eddie Jackson gave up. If Eddie Jackson gave anything up, he gave up the touchdown at the very end. Because once he falls, touch him down. Eddie doesn't. He gets in. Yeah, mistakes happen. Exactly, Reinhardt. If anything, the adjustments afterwards, I mean, they are what is worth celebrating here. But Zappy almost misses the throw, but you got to remember, guys, we live in a world of like we live in a world where if Fields misses a really tough throw, okay, so as much as I think that I'm mostly being tongue in cheek, there is some truth to the idea that when Trevor Lawrence throws an interception straight to a defender, we go, "Hey, Trevor Lawrence is really coming along," like to lose the game. And if Fields throws a interception that bounces off his defender's head and spirals perfectly into the like a defender's hands, we go, "Come on, Fields, what are you doing?" There is some weird standard stuff going on, I think. But I also think that there were a lot of people that crowned Fields so hard before he was drafted that Fields is what's the word I'm looking for? Like Fields has kind of got a halo effect on him. But it's, let's see. Then we get this one. This is a sweet play. This is the kind of play that I feel a little bad for Jalen Johnson on, because this is great coverage. Like, would cover again. This, I mean, what am I supposed to say? What am I supposed to critique? He keeps his hands on him. He forces the throw to be really good. And boy, oh boy, oh boy, was that catch by Devontae Parker sweet or what? Like, when people talk about getting Fields some extra support, like, how nice is it got to be able to throw this ball up, underthrow it, and your guy just goes up there and gets it anyways, with a hand in his face, no less. Like, that's sweet. It's a great play in great coverage, and like Jordan's saying, because I knew you were going to say it, I'm thinking it too, sure must be nice to have somebody that can go win you the football, huh? Like, the Bears just don't really have that, and that's all right, but that's why you trade a third-round pick for a guy like that sometimes. I mean, it's sweet. And then the pass rush is, I always think it's funny watching these. I always think it's funny watching edge defenders drop into coverage, because they always look kind of slow and goofy. But exactly, 100% Audrey. But play action, the defensive line is completely sucked up by the running play action. It's a sweet throw. It's really good coverage. That's just a tight window and a ball just plucked out of the air. Pittman could be available. I mean, like, man, there's no way Claypool's not available. It's just a matter of whether anybody likes him, which is so sad, but I do mean it. I think that there are a lot of people in the NFL that are 50 plus, and I think there are a lot of those 50 plus people that would not like Claypool's attitude. People have been fired over less, basically, but Claypool's obviously too talented to like cut him. So it just wouldn't surprise me with the emergence of George Pickens if they were going to try to get away from him. But that's me just totally guessing. I also don't know if Hits would want him. Yeah, exactly, tumultuous. Likes him enough to give picks up for him. Pay him is one thing, but gives up picks for him is another. Man, I really like Morrow. Literally, Jordan, just the fact that he's young, he streams, he plays video games, he points, he does TikTok dances. It's not like I'm talking about stuff that's like bad. They're just a bunch of grousey old people. Like, okay, no offense to any old people. But there are a bunch of grousey people that seem to have a real problem with the way that he behaves off the field. And I don't think it's all that bad, but I'm 27. So, I think that there's exactly Reinhardt. Like, he's just a kid. It's the Kyler Murray thing. Exactly. I love watch. I am really enjoying watching Nick Morrow. I really am. Like, that's not an anti-Roquan. I'm really enjoying Nick Morrow. I think he rallies to the ball really, really well. The whole defense is honestly starting to play at a level that is okay. Can I just throw something out there? Bill Belichick has done this every year, where he takes a bunch of players that aren't super great, right? And by the middle of the season, meshes them together in a really strong defense that is way better than the sum of that defense's parts. And the Bears, dare I say it, are beginning to do that. Where, sure, a lot of the players that they've got are really talented. That's by no means what I'm trying to say. But boy, oh boy, the fact that the Bears are starting to get what they are on the defensive line, especially with what's going on behind them, is cool. Like, the Bears defense is definitely starting, as I talk about them letting a touchdown run in, that they just won this matchup. Everybody just flowed in at this point. And Johnson just gets beat to the edge, which is fine. Oh, I know. Like, Jordan, at this point, I did not anticipate the defensive line to be something, or to be a problem that the Bears could schematically solve. Like, it's 100% just my sight of it, but I didn't think that the Bears would be able to go from we are getting run on by anybody that can run the ball to we are stopping a solid Patriots running attack, especially if they can stop Dallas. For crying out loud, they will have a lot of things going for them. Or at the very least, they will be showing that there's a lot of things that are different. Like within this defense, the secondary is coming together. We knew that, but they need to be able to stop the run to play the coverages that they want to cover, or that they want to play. And I think that that's really exciting that we saw them stop the run as much as we did. Hey, Renewable, let's not go too hard on people that play D&D. If you pick up my drift, you know what I'm saying? That'd be sweet, Jordan. That would be sweet. Let's see. So this is where things start going right for the Bears, because it's now 14-7, and I want to know what they did to put the clamps on Zappy. Well, I guess part of it is just, it helps when the offensive player helps you out. J2K, I like the old stuff that Critical Role did, but their episodes are so long that I'm not caught up. But I like them, if that makes sense. But so it looks like the Bears drop out. I don't know if it looks like cover 2, vaguely cover 2. If anything, just like classic cover 2. But the Patriots leak somebody to like right here. Jaeger Brisker's pretty great. And the throw's there. It had Zappy just put this throw on a line, he probably, like, if it's Fields throwing the ball, he probably gets him there. But the throw is really high. So, nope. I mean, there is a point where Bailey Zappi is probably going to show you that he's Bailey Zappi. And he probably threw that out of bounds. If anything, I think throws like this, just saying, are reminders of, like, there are players in the NFL who see number 4 are Vlad. I would really enjoy it. I think it would be super fun. Let's see, the Niners defensive tape. I think that would be a fun stream. Like, we'll have to find a time for it, but that would be a fun stream. But so there are players across the NFL that look at where number 4 is and say, nope, and just throw the ball away. Because I have stopped believing that throws like that are just overthrows. So here's the thing, Steve, because I hear you, but this looks like cover 2. Like, you've got him popping out. Like, this is pretty standard cover 2. You've even got the linebackers rotating into their cover 2 spots, plus the nickel doing the same thing. It looks like man, because any good zone defense will man match as soon as they get into a zone. But it is like, but it's still a zone defense. It just doesn't look like Madden, right? Because you say, look at what they do after, but any good defense is going to, like, Kindle Vildor is still standing here. He didn't man match, right? The linebacker or the nickel jumps on him for sure, but there's still only 3 routes. Let's see. Have we touch on how Vildor has done this year? well. Like, I would say very well. Especially, he has certainly lived up to his draft spot. Like, if not exceeded his draft spot. I think that, I personally think that he's looked like a starting cover two corner, which is awesome. Yeah, he does look like Rock Ya-Sin, but he isn't a third, like, what's the word? He isn't a third round pick or a second round pick. Man, Vlad, that one hurt. Like, that, now, admittedly, Kansas City is so good. I love the way they run offense, but that had to hurt. Just like seeing that as a San Fran fan, because it was, oh, he was a 2, man. And see if you can get that for a 5, like, you're feeling great. But yeah, anyways, that San Fran game was wild and had to hurt. These are plays you're gonna give up sometimes. Devontae Parker, Ya-Sin, gotcha. Devontae Parker against what could be man, but also kind of looks like cover 3. I don't know what quite technique Vildor was playing, but when you're giving up 13-yard gains outside, you'll take it and you'll force the defense to work their way all the way down the field. I appreciate, this is what Q was talking about right here, where Roquan Smith looks like he's doing a lot of the Mike style dropping, which I think is better for the defense overall. Let's see, Gibson. I have such a bad habit of not watching the line. Gibson's ferocious. I love his inside move. He commits with everything he has. I mean, that's what you like, isn't it, Jordan? You like commitment. You like effort. Nothing wrong with it. This was the Bears keeping up their black magic ability to create forced fumbles via botched mesh points, which they did again. Though, I mean, is there like a little bit of a hit in there? We don't get a great look at it from this angle. But did he have the ball? And then he didn't, right? Like, he didn't have total control over it before Quinn just smoked him. Does anyone remember? Because Quinn comes right around and boom, like, he hits him, ball pops right out. But I could have sworn that it was a bad mesh all the same. You take them when you get them. Like, I didn't think so. But hey, somehow he being Matt Eberflus has just willed turnovers to the Chicago Bears, and I, for one, am not going to make him stop. Please keep going, Matt. Please keep willing them there. So let's see. I think this is the third quarter at this stage. Oh man, Vlad, humbling the Cowboys would be obnoxious and so fun. I get to hate all my friends for a week, basically. Man, this is where the tape gets so gross that I can barely tell what's going on. Like, I'm literally looking for the football, and I literally don't know where it is. What on earth? Oh, it's tipped. Oh, that'll do it. See, it happens to more than just the Bears. It's kind of nice, frankly. There's a point where you start saying, is this a quarterback's fault? But like, get it, Justin Jones. Yes. You love to see it. You really love to see it. I also appreciate the stunt right there. Boom. Yeah, Fields does seem to hit helmets. I hope so, Jordan. I don't know how he would. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. This is third down, right? Look at Roquan. Look at our guy. Homing missile. Homing missile. Like, he steps off like he's dropping. And then just rips. No catching him. No catching him at all. This is so sweet. You guys heard me for a while just tank on Roquan for weeks. Like, wow, this is good. This is so, so sweet. Wouldn't Roquan really look good in the New York Giants blitz defense? I think so. Though I'd need to remind myself like what they play. 'Cause it's like some cover one, some cover three. I think Roquan, if he was blitzing more, I mean, he looks good in general. It's super fun. Gosh, he's so good. That's the complicated part, censored, about this whole thing is that like what is 20 mil out of a linebacker worth? What does it have to look like? Probably Fred Warner, but Roquan's getting closer, you know? Not like all the way there, but closer. I mean, certainly this game, Roquan is a massive plus player, which that's all I'm looking for, right? Is make a difference, consistently make a difference if you can. I love this kind of stuff where the Bears can use Roquan as a pseudo safety, like a pseudo nickel corner, and they're just playing cover two. At this stage, if I'm seeing it, like the Bears, yeah, Roquan's getting that trade value up. He's certainly like this is the bet on himself part, where if he is going to stick with the Bears, he's definitely starting to play a little bit better overall. But now the Bears, and I love this, by the way, are starting to play a little bit of that sweet, sweet bend, don't break defense. Like, they get two safeties dropping at the line of scrimmage. They get two safeties dropping at the snap. They're playing a lot of different types of cover two overall. But a quick swing out means that they give up like 10 yards and just slowly let the rookie beat himself. The funny part is, can we just say this? If you switched the team's jerseys, this game, quote unquote, makes more sense, right? The Bears put the screws to a rookie quarterback in Foxborough, which I think is wild. Yeah, but Vlad, at least he had that moment. Ah, man, I love that. I love that hard sink that we get right here. Alan Williams and everything that has been the Bears defense completely shifted, and I eat it up. Like, this is fun. It's not the world's most modern thing. It's not just like absurd exoticism, but it's good. And it's little stuff like this that really helps too, because you get Eddie dropping. You've got Kyler competing. Pushes the read to the check down. And then Roquan does a really good job of hunting him down and bringing the tackle down to force third. Oh, is this another one of those tips? Did they tip multiple passes? Good night, Marshall. You have a great one. Yeah, the Gibson tip. This is such a feisty rush, too. Rips under, or like pushes past him, gets a hand in. I love Jalen running it back. It's so silly, but it's the stuff that gets me really rolling. It looks like they would have had him, too. Like, if that throw comes out, it's completed. But no. And Roquan lets it on go. Or, like, not Roquan, but, like, and the Bears get off the field again. This is team defense. Look, it's simple, right? But so far, I'm looking at scheme that is forcing Zappy and Mac Jones to read the field. Is this the sweet punt return, by the way? Did I skip past it already, or is this the sweet one? Because I think this might be the sweet one. Yes, it is. Everybody loves a good return where where oh my goodness. Everybody loves a good old-fashioned return where the runner attacks the ball and then gets a bunch of yardage. This is nice. I agree with you, BLS. And we talk about AQM enough if we want to go through the whole thing, but that's mostly because we talk about him playing poorly. Oh, we already did the Pettis sweep, but the Pettis sweep was fun. Oh, do you guys remember which kickoff it was that the Bears killed somebody? Or Sanborn in particular killed somebody? Was it after this? Was it after the touchdown? I think it might have been after the touchdown, wasn't it? Of course, Saul. I got you. Yep, it's after the Monty TD, and that's this one. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. How did he hit him this hard? Jordan, I will tell you in just a moment. Wow, how did he hit him that hard with an arm tackle? Yeah, it's Weatherford. But man, boom. So, Quentin Johnson, to your Jordan, I'm going to first tell you that I am not hardcore into draft prep until November, best case scenario. Like late November. But usually it's December before I even bother, just because I want to focus on the NFL. And now I have a child, a young one at that. So definitely going to stay on schedule there. And I'm not going to get into it any earlier than normal, flexibility in the job or not. But hot, dang, well over 6 foot, heavy, ridiculously fast, possible 4.2 guy, like not 4.2 even, but 4.2 in general, outrageous vertical stacking ability. Like, what am I not supposed to like? Because Quentin Johnston looks awesome. And I'm sure there's some people out there that are like, oh, well, he looks like Kevin White. Yeah, Kevin White didn't have multiple seasons of looking like a superstar. Like, I mean, whoa, I struggle to get more excited about a different receiver. Like, I get it, JSN is really good. I get it, Jordan Addison is also really good. But I feel like we're watching just a stud. And the only real demerit that people can come up with is the fact that he has a limited route tree, which I don't care about. Fields is obviously looking for somebody to like win deep. He keeps throwing to Mooney doing that. That would be him. Like, he would be that dude on the deep routes because people just can't keep up with him. That's what I want. Like, I want to see Fields with that guy that can make those plays deep and stretch the field, because then Mooney can win underneath for the rest of the game. Like, I think he, from what I have seen so far, would be a stud. And the only thing that I'm thinking, Jordan, at this stage is if he keeps playing like this and doesn't get hurt, he may not last to wherever the Bears are picking. He looks like a beast. Yeah, no, I mean, the kid from Tennessee looks great too. But so, like, Quinn John steps, oh my gosh, yeah, Cody, 100%. Like, his steps have crazy explosion on him. Oh, we've got a kitty. At this point, the Bears are just sinking a little bit. and I don't have any problem with that. Like they're playing a nice deep cover three, forcing Zappy to throw underneath, and just asking him to beat them long term, 10 yards at a time, right? As much as I would make fun of the prevent most of the time, these are great times to use them. I gotta put you down, Cosmo. But yeah, Reinhardt, I agree. I think explosion and crazy acceleration like QJ has is just special. It's hard to find, and it is the kind of thing that can make a huge difference. I mean, raise your hand if you've watched a Dolphins game this year. Have you noticed the way that in Dolphins games, that's a nice rally tackle. Good job. I think that's 33 making the play. But so if you've watched oh my gosh, if you've watched the Dolphins game, then you've seen either Jalen Waddle or Tyreek Hill just eviscerate defenders. People who are so crazy fast that they are able to take advantage of defenders like that are just different, and they change calculus on offense. And oh man, yeah, I know, Jordan, but McDaniel has taken the fastest players in football and he has made them look like the fastest players in football on a football field. Like, yes, the offense rules, but Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, when you're putting them on these deep overs, on these go routes, like it is fast to BLS. Like they are nightmarishly quick. Like they are almost unguardably quick in plenty of cases. And I think that stuff really matters. Like I look at that at least, and I think that the Bears could use somebody who is that level of player. And while yes, Quentin Johnson may not be necessarily able to while Quentin Johnston may not be able to run every route in the book that he has that he's able to run is so effective that it's going to back a lot of defenders off and push a lot of people over. But so I think at the very least, when you get a Quentin Johnson just right here, who can draw the extra defender and force you to bracket, like that kind of thing helps make sure that when Mooney runs a post into the middle, let me put it this way, there's a huge reason that, oh yeah, no, I totally hear you, Jordan. Velus Jones can run a fly route. Velus Jones is also, look, I know he's not recovering from his hamstring anymore, but I do think missing almost 9 key weeks of like the first 4 weeks of the season and all of training camp was a huge blow for Velus in particular. I completely hear you, Michael McDaniel, about being disappointed in Jones. I would give it some time. If he's still not ramped up in week 11, that's a huge problem. But right now, I mean, he's trying to break into an offense that has found a rhythm without him. And I think that's hard to do. But yeah, with the route running that we did see him run, it hasn't looked good. So it could be that he's just been outplayed. But overall, it feels, oh yeah, no, censored. I agree with you there. Putting him out there was not good. Like, because he got smoked a couple times. But I think that there's a lot of things that the Bears can do. Let's see. I don't want to sound like, oh man, Eddie. Oh my goodness. Look at this. Eddie reads the Rob almost immediately. I'm shocked that they fit this ball in. That's crazy. That's bananas. Zappy's lucky that didn't get picked. If that was any slower, it would have been. Eddie was just sitting on it. Whoa. Placed perfectly. And then is this the Gordon play? Not quite. But I think it's coming. Parker catches a pass. I guess you'd hope Gordon would range over for that, but it's really not that big a deal. And then I believe the trouble with evaluating defense is that there's a point where the game gets so far away from people that, look, I don't want to say it doesn't matter. It does matter. But it's more to say that, like, we're not going to pull a ton of great defensive scheme analysis. If you wonder why I'm skipping through it for anybody in here, it's not by any means that I am, like, bored. It's more that you get a lot. They're not simplistic. They're just very, very almost cavalier in their prevent style desire. Like, the Bears don't normally play, like cover 4. They don't like cover 4 so much as they like other stuff. But we got a sweet rogue on pick. Oh, man. This is the one where Pennell, like, absolutely hoses a dude, right? Yes. Okay, can I say something? It's D-Rob who tips it. D-Rob comes over, which is bananas. What is D-Rob doing? Like, you want to talk about just like, oh, he's stunting. He's just stunting normally, but he totally gets in the lane. This is sweet. Like, he's just carrying the stunt to where it's supposed to be. But then he gets his eyes up. Credit to him. Gets his paw in there. And that is a dead duck ball. And Lord Pennell just kills him. Wow. Okay, can I say something that could be easily perceived as soft? This hit is completely unnecessary. Like, penalizing and ejecting Pennell for it, fine. In my opinion. Like, you don't need it in a world where we're trying to cut down on CTE. Now, is it awesome? Yes. But I can understand why it's a penalty. Like, I think anybody that can't is probably not being fair. Exactly, Jordan. It's not that it's that. I think that's a great way to put it, Jordan. It's not that it's illegal. This is a straight up block. This is side to side. It's just such a hard hit. It's such a hard hit that it's like, you also have to remember, like, censored and tumultuous, they ejected him in a 33-14 game. I don't think Pennell gets ejected if it's 14-14 or 17-14. I think they ejected him because they didn't want they basically didn't want to incentivize a player taking cheap shots at a team they're already beating. Call that 100% just like my take. But yeah, exactly. Right, Ben? It is hilarious. And they won't eject in close matches at all. Like, it's because it's out of hand. It's because the game was over that they're like, you're done. You can't do that. Like, not in this game. But so I agree with you, Jordan, that like the Bears will take that penalty. It sends a message, but so like within that, yeah, it helps their accuracy for ref grades. That's hilarious. Herbert kept on chugging. God, I love Khalil Herbert. Herbert rules. Super fun. The guillotine, like, Yeah, it's as much public perception as anything else that works. Call the National Guard. The Bears are mauling the Patriots. I mean, at this point, they just started sitting on them. Was that another tip? Or did this ball just come out terribly? I would believe either. Tip. This is already making me feel better. This is like 3 tips. Close game. Remember, censored? Also, they scored on it. I think that kind of thing gets you a flag if they don't score. But that's just 100% me guessing. Oh my gosh, it's a headshot. Bailey Zappi hit a guy in the face. Oh, man. It could be the arm. I don't know. I think he swatted it. I think you're probably right, Vlad. But that's still 3 deflections. Which I mostly matter because I didn't realize how many deflections are normal. All right, give me to the good one. It's just like the Bears to not make everything boring. I have to wait for this Kyler interception. Zappi is pretty short. AQM sucks, so therefore they get a pass. Kyler's so quick. No, they were not. Reinhardt, not at all. There's a lot that switched up. Now they're running a lot more games. They're doing a lot more on the defensive line. It feels like they leveled it up, which is really sweet. Kyler just plays hard, Jordan. Just wait until Kyler Gordon actually... Oh, is this it? No. Just wait until Kyler Gordon develops like a piece of instinct. Steve, we'll see you. We'll see you later. Hopefully next week, same time. Third down. Ooh, swish out. Here it is. 4th down. Kyler Gordon in the slot. Breaks with his man. The throw is not great, but it's still a sweet pick. You know, I'm almost wondering whether Kyler started cruising. Maybe. But also Tyquan Thornton ran him down. This is sweet. Gotta throw some credit to the pressure. Not Robert Quinn, though. Robert Quinn did not do anything on this play. But I love when they put Gibson and Quinn on the same side. So then Gibson can rush like an interior defender. I believe it, Mario. It looks like he had the gas to get to right there, and then he was just running as best he could. I think if Thornton does catch it, he does score. And it's funny because, God, he made it look easy. It's funny because plays like this are where I think I want to see Gordon improve long term. Because right here, I think he can know that the guy's breaking this way. But he reacts just a little late. And I think a lot of that's because he's tired. But the throw sucks, so Kyler takes it back, and we love a good pick. We really do. All right, so if you're still with me, I'm going to quickly have anything. Like, I don't know if they have a dang thing up. But let's see. boy. Okay. Yeah, screw it. We'll watch him against Baylor. Man, those are two good defenses. I'll see you later. All right, so I want to do this because I'm ridiculous and insufferable, and apparently I refuse to stop streaming. So, I don't know whether to be like, I'm sorry, or you're welcome, but here we are. Hey, Jordan, message me. I get all this from a Patreon. It's a public Patreon. It's like $1. But so let's see. Yeah, no, it's not really a Will Anderson thing. Yeah, I think you're right, Censored. By no means am I trying to be all like, oh, boring, but we've streamed for 5 hours. We're all tired. Now I just want to see. Is that him? Boy, oh boy. Oh boy. I think that's him, isn't it? He is holy moly fast. Like just watching him again. I use yeah, it's so weird that the CFB isn't willing to monetize this. But so it's I use Nord. I don't have a super preference. All right, here he is. Yeah, okay. I'm glad that they showed that just so that I could get a picture of which one he is. Watch how quick off the line Quentin Johnston is. And just tell yourself that you don't want this for Justin Fields. Sudden, bursty, absolutely flying. I mean, like, watch this release one more time. I don't want to be too glowy, right? But just one step and he is gone. I mean, he stacks this corner in like a single second, right? R&R, I hear you. More than anything, I just liked the idea. But stacked immediately. Like, whoo-hoo. That is so good. And I mean, like, they can't all be like that, obviously. But boy, here he is at the bottom of the screen. I like watching these guys move. It's not that every player has to be incredible, right? It's not that every play has to be incredible. It's that when you can see somebody looking as quick as they are, I don't know, you can just totally use it. Oh man. Oh my goodness. Oh, I did not expect to see this. Oh, look at this. Hard release down. Wins the ball out of the air. What? That's good coverage against a really good defense. Like, it's not just because it's my alma mater. Baylor 2021 was outrageous. But, like, oh my goodness. Boom. Oh, come on. Like, I can't help but get excited about guys just like this. Because if you can get somebody for Justin Fields that'll go make a play like that down the field, oh, man, you could do a lot of things. Let me see. Oh, was it cutting on the bottom? Let me see. Oh, yeah, it is. Hang on. Let me fix that. This is roughly the size it wants it. I'll show the play we were just watching. It's still kind of small, but it's not as small. But yes, and Kyle, I am. Absolutely. Will we draft low enough, Richard? I don't know. Depends. This guy isn't, his name is not Jackson Smith-Jigba. So, in the eyes of many, he's way too, he's not all the way into the tens yet. But boy, oh boy, Quentin Johnston can play at this stage. I don't know what it'll look like or where he'll go. But if you told me that the Bears didn't get Johnston and they got Jordan Addison as like a consolation prize, I not upset. And you got to understand, Jordan, I agree with you. I'm just also the person that in the same voice would have told you that I thought it was ridiculous how people valued Zach Wilson over somebody like Justin Fields. I just knew they did it. And so we'll see. The league should take him first. He's better, right? Like, that's hot take. But like absolutely, Kyle. But so like me personally, I think it's going to be really interesting to see what happens. I think there's a good chance that the Bears don't actually go receiver in the first round, but a man can dream, and I want to. But all the same. Oh, yes, Kyle, I do need to reach out to you about that. But so anyways, guys, it's almost 1 a.m. We need to go to sleep. But good game from the Bears. Good game from Fields. Exciting game from the Bears. What can they do against Dallas? We'll see. Frankly, I'm going to use the time that we had to see what I can put together, but time commitment is tough just in where Jonah is in life because he's not sleeping amazingly yet, but we'll get there when we get there. Thank you guys so much. I'm going to bring out as much support as possible. We're going to carry this over so that eventually we get a we will get a preview stream once we stack up to it. So it'll just be about the next one, but we'll go and we'll figure it out. Guys, thanks so much for hanging out. You have a great rest of your night, and we will see you next time. Bear down, everybody, and thanks so much for bearing with